Hello and welcome to the first BreakTraders show after the NFL season has kicked off. I'm very excited here today because my man Kyle Brandt picked the Bills to win the Super Bowl because to beat the Chiefs in the AFC, you have to mount up. The Mafia will be mounted up when we go to Ralph Wilson Stadium on Sunday. Super excited for that and super excited for a lot of great breaks tonight. We have 2 baseball breaks followed by a certified football and a Chronicles football break and then 2 Revolution breaks. And then we're going to dive into some Don Russ football. Some Don Russ football. Looks like we have a pick your division that will be breaking at roughly 9:05 tonight. And we've got a lot of Don Russ breaks available still today. And look at what we've got up here on for our Don Russ football. We have 3 spots left in a pick your team, 9 spots left in a team random, another 15 spots left in another pick your team, 4 spots in a pick your division, 5 spots left in a division random. And let me tell you folks, if you go and join our Discord, I bet there's a 40% off discount code in there for that break, 1150. 1150 right there. In addition, we have 5 teams available still in our pick your team spots. Looks like we have in an upcoming break we have the Titans and Washington football team left, and then later in the evening we have another Washington football team. Then we have the Trailblazers and the Toronto Raptors. And I just dropped a link in the chat to give you 20% off those teams. And I can promise you that you are going to get a better deal taking 20% off those than if we have to auction them off here live tonight. You'll end up getting a much better deal right there. Alrighty. We're about to dive into this absolute baseball, but I'm feeling generous with the giveaways today. So we are going to start with our first show. Our first show keyword. Really going to come out of the gate with our giveaways. For those of you that are new with us, how this works is we'll have a keyword in the chat. Once it goes in the chat, you will have 1 minute to guess the TV show that is associated with this keyword. If no one guesses it, that's fine, because typing the keyword in the chat gets you entered to win, entered for a free pull out of the Saute stock pot. And then we also will continue keywords until that show is guessed. So John, are you ready to go?
I am ready.
All right, John's ready. I'm ready. Here we go. The keyword is football. Type football in the chat. Friday Night Lights is incorrect. Come on, you think it'd be that easy? Coach incorrect. Young.
Good guess, that first show.
Huh?
Coach is a good guess based off of football.
Yep. Young Sheldon incorrect. Good evening, Haley. Great to see you. Hard Knocks incorrect. The League is incorrect. Last Chance U is correct. Shannon gets it. Well, that's disappointing, but that it went on the first keyword, but that's all right. Let's see what we're going to get here for Shannon. It's going to be a Topps Series 2 baseball. Topps Series 2 baseball pack. We got 14 cards in here for Shannon. We have Brendan Rodgers, Alejandro Kirk, Gregory Polanco, the Cleveland Guardians team card, Seattle Mariners team card. Following that up with Ty Buttery of the Angels, Tommy Estrella of the Giants, Willie Castro of Detroit, followed by Noah Syndergaard of the Mets, Luis Garcia auto right there. Not a bad hit at all. The rookie auto going for Shannon right there. Then we have Austin Hedges of the Guardians, followed by Derek Dietrich of the Rangers, Jose Altuve of Houston, and Kurt Suzuki of the Angels. And John, you're just going to want to top load that auto right here with that giveaway. Thank you very much. Alrighty. And with that being said, we're about to get into this absolute baseball break. We've got a lot of great discounts tonight. We're doing 25% off all Donruss football breaks. We're doing 30% off our UFC breaks. Love to go to the Foctagon and do some UFC. Then we're also running 30% off all of our baseball breaks. All of our baseball breaks right there, 30% off as well. And then last but not least, we are trying to fill that 2019-20 Optic Team Random. Use the promo code in the chat for 20% off right there. Alrighty. Now that I've run down all those great discounts, we are going to get started with tonight's show. First up, it is break 1303, the 2021 Absolute Baseball One Boxer. Phil, this is break 1303. Welcome tonight. Thank you for, I see you're a new member of the BreakTraders community. Thank you for joining. And right before we get into these cards, I want to shout out Robert, Andrew, Phil, Cameron, Boss, Bryce, Steven, and that is it of the new BreakTraders community members. New BreakTraders community members. One second. Yeah, John, you have the wrong players listed, or the wrong users listed. I think you have the break from later tonight listed. Alrighty, I will fix that, folks. I apologize about that right there. Fixing, I've got it, John. I'm fixing it right now. Or maybe you accidentally had break no, it wasn't 1304, so. Alrighty. Now that is correct, here we go. Alrighty, let's rock and roll. Max Fried of the Atlanta Braves, Frank Chance of the Chicago White Sox, or maybe it's the Chicago Cubs. I apologize. We will double check that before we get that sorted and make sure to get that sorted in the correct team. Cody Bellinger of the Dodgers, Kenta Maeda of the Minnesota Twins, Kyle Hendricks of the Chicago Cubs, and then we're going to have a Cal Ripken Jr. out of 149 of the Baltimore Orioles. Out of 149 of the Baltimore Orioles going to Andrew. Followed by a Power Chipper Jones of the Atlanta Braves going to Robert. Robert, a new member of BreakTraders community. And if you're new, you can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first order. And then we have Reggie Jackson out of 149. Reggie Jackson out of 149 of the New York Yankees going to Steven. And then our first memorabilia card of the evening is going to be a four-patcher, Tools of the Trade, 39 out of 99. That is Nico Hornier of the Chicago Cubs. And here we go. Our second memorabilia hit is going to be a nice 11 out of 25. 11 out of 25. That's Tyrone Taylor of the Milwaukee Brewers with the nice patch auto right there. Alrighty. That break will be right here, right after the end of the Absolute Baseball break. We always like to do giveaways for our customers, Natty, and that is the most fun way that we've found to do it, because it allows 2 winners for each giveaway clue. Alrighty, we have Carlos Correa of the Houston Astros headed to Harry, followed by Charlie Blackmon of the Colorado Rockies, Mike Trout of the Angels, Luis Robert of the Chicago White Sox, and then we're going to have Corbin Burns of the Milwaukee Brewers out of 149, and that is going to be heading to Phil, followed up by a Prospects, Jared Kelenic of the Seattle Mariners going to Chris, and then we're going to have an Icons, Babe Ruth of the New York Yankees, Babe Ruth of the Yanks headed to Steven, followed by Francisco Lindor out of 99 of the New York Mets going to Cynthia. Alrighty, our next memorabilia tonight is going to be a little Tools of the Trade, a little 2-patcher. That's Jake Fraley of the Seattle Mariners, and that is going to Chris. And our last memorabilia of this break right here is going to be a Kohei Arihara odd signature of the Texas Rangers going to David, and that is going to be 21 out of 25. Nice. We have got 2 very low numbered autos this evening. Alrighty, let's run down some of the hits in this break. Some of our parallels in inserts. We have Francisco Lindor out of 99 of the New York Mets heading to Cynthia, followed by an Icons, Babe Ruth of the New York Yankees going to Steven. A Corbin Burns out of 149 of the Milwaukee Brewers going to Phil. Then we have Reggie Jackson out of 149 of the New York Yankees going to Steven. Followed by Chipper Jones of the Atlanta Braves headed to Robert. And Cal Ripken Jr. of the Baltimore Orioles out of 149. And last up, we have the Prospects, Jared Kelenic of the Seattle Mariners headed to Chris. Hey T-Man, great to see you this evening. Alrighty, and then our memorabilia hits. We have the Tools of the Trade, Jake Fraley of the Seattle Mariners, following that up with a Nico Hornier Tools of the Trade, and that is out of 99. And then we have 2 out of 25 autos. Right there. Look at those, and the fireworks are going to look great at BT Park. Kohei Arihara out of 25 of the Texas Rangers headed to David. Out of Tyrone Taylor of the Milwaukee Brewers out of 25 headed to Phil. The Nico Hornier of the Chicago Cubs is going to Cynthia, and Jake Fraley of the Seattle Mariners is headed to Chris. And with that, we are now done with break 1303. Done with break 1303. All right, and we've got this Prism Baseball about to come up next. Prism Baseball up next. But first, folks, type football in the chat. Type football in the chat to be entered to win this giveaway. Alrighty, John, can we get a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Curtis S.
Curtis, Let's see what we've got for him. And it is going to be a 2019 Diamond King. Some 2019 Diamond Kings right there. Kevin Kramer, followed by a Javier Baez of the Cubs. Then we're going to have the Ronald Acuna Jr., Joe Wood, and Chris Shaw. Awesome, Curtis. Thank you for joining us tonight. And with that, here we go. This is going to be break 1304, the 2021 Prism Baseball One Box. Pick your team. Ronald Acuna Jr. of the Atlanta Braves, Zach Gallen of the Diamondbacks, Trevor Story of the Rockies, Francisco Lindor of the New York Mets, followed by Mike Schmidt of the Phillies. Then we're going to have a Nate Pearson RC of the Toronto Blue Jays headed to John. Welcome to BreakTraders, John. A Dylan Carlson RC of the St. Louis Cardinals, and that's going to Mr. CEO. An Illumination, Pete Alonso of the New York Mets going to Leo. And then we have Luis Robert of the Chicago White Sox. We're going to have the blue out of 199. That's Mr. Kyle Hendricks of the Chicago Cubs. A red Will Castro of the Detroit Tigers headed to Justin. Welcome to BreakTraders, Justin. And then a stargazing Jose Ramirez of the Cleveland Guardians. And that is going to be headed to Cynthia. On to our next pack right here. All right, we have Blake Snell of the Padres, an Alex Manoah RC of the Toronto Blue Jays headed to John. Following that up with Tucker Davidson of the Atlanta Braves, and that's going to Chris, another rookie right there. Nolan Arenado of the Cardinals, Alex Rodriguez of Seattle, Joey Gallo of Texas, Jacob deGrom of the Mets, a fearless Paul Goldschmidt of the St. Louis Cardinals going to Mr. CEO. Willie Adams of the Tampa Bay Rays, and it looks like we're going to have our first auto, and that is a debut signatures Ramon Laureano of the Oakland Athletics, and that is heading to Adam. Nice hit right there. And then we're going to follow that up with a silver Luis Garcia RC of the Washington Nationals going to Leo, and then a Lumber Inc. outfield, that is Jordan Alvarez of the Houston Astros. Mike Yastrzemski of the Giants, followed by a Luis Garcia RC of the New York Yankees going to Jim. Then we have an Andrew Vaughn RC of the Chicago White Sox going to Shannon, followed up by Devi Garcia of the New York Yankees, and that's going to Jim, followed by Tyler Glasnow of the Tampa Bay Rays, a Joe Adele RC of the Los Angeles Angels, and that is going to be going to Phil, followed by Cal Ripken Jr. of the Baltimore Orioles, a old school prism Ken Griffey Jr. of the Seattle Mariners. Oh baby, I think we're going to have a really beautiful card coming right here. JT Realmuto of the Phillies, followed by a blue Tim Anderson of the Chicago White Sox, and then we're going to have the Fireworks Aaron Judge of the New York Yankees. And we've got a big one coming up here. And here we go, folks. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Boom goes the dynamite. It is a Fernando Tatis Jr. lava flow, and that is of the San Diego Padres. The San Diego Padres right there, and that is going to Jim. Congratulations, Jim. And that lava flow is definitely going to get a sizzle sticker. What a beautiful card. The last sold on eBay for $211, and that was sold today. Great Fernando Tatis Jr. lava. Whew. Very pretty. I'm working on it, Haley. I'm trying to remember the way you like it. We have Bobby Dahlbach, RC of the Boston Red Sox, headed to Rich, followed by DJ LeMahieu of the New York Yankees. Then we have Ozzie Smith of the St. Louis Cardinals, Justin Verlander of the Astros, Javier Baez of the Chicago Cubs, Miguel Yajur of the Pittsburgh Pirates, and that is going to Jim. Following that up with Starling Marte of the Marlins, Ramon Laureano of the Oakland Athletics, the Fearless edition right there. Then we have Jorge Oña, RC, Jorge Oña of the San Diego Padres going to Jim, followed by Sandy Koufax out of 25. Sandy Koufax out of 25 with that old school of the Los Angeles Dodgers going to Cynthia. And then we have a red Jose Garcia RC, followed up by a rookie class Alex Baum of the Philadelphia Phillies. I'll try out a few different ones tonight, and then y'all can pick the best one. We just need to fill more breaks to get that rocking and rolling tonight. Folks, 30% off all baseball breaks this evening. Logan Gilbert of the Seattle Mariners headed to Jim, followed by Brandon Woodruff of the Milwaukee Brewers. Then we have a Clark Schmidt of the New York Yankees RC right there going to Jim, followed by Max Scherzer of the Nationals, Giancarlo Stanton of the New York Yankees. Then we have Edward Olivares of the Kansas City Royals. Edward Olivares of the Kansas City Royals headed to Mr. CEO, followed by Alex Kirilloff of the Minnesota Twins. Alex Kirilloff of the Minnesota Twins right there. A stained glass Mike Trout of the Los Angeles Angels going to Phil. Then we have Clayton Kershaw, and then it's going to be another rookie signatures, and that is Deivi Garcia of the New York Yankees. Deivi Garcia of the New York Yankees right there, and that is going to be heading to Jim. Followed up by a silver Walker Buehler of the Los Angeles Angels going to Phil, and then a rookie class Ke'Bryan Hayes of the Pittsburgh Pirates going to Jim. And Phil, yeah, I'm not quite sure if people really want those old school cards or not. I mean, I know Prism just typically, like Prism and Absolute, unless you hit really a Kaboom or a Lava Flow, Kaboom for Absolute, Lava Flow for Prism, they're not worth much because they're not licensed. Starting off with the Evan White RC of the Mariners, Paul Goldschmidt of the St. Louis Cardinals, Justin Turner of the Dodgers, Eloy Jimenez of the White Sox, Albert Pujols of the Angels, Walker Buehler of the Dodgers, a Johan Ovidio RC of the St. Louis Cardinals headed to Mr. CEO, followed by Tyler Stevenson of the Cincinnati Reds going to Rich. Then an Illumination Vlad Guerrero Jr. of the Toronto Blue Jays headed to John, followed up by Yordan Alvarez of the Houston Astros, a blue Willie Stargell of the Pittsburgh Pirates, and a Sluggers Juan Soto of the Washington Nationals. Oh yeah, 100%. That Tatis Lava Flow last sold on eBay for $211. One sold before that for $450. Another one sold for $225, $189. So at a minimum, $200. Frank Thomas, followed up by a Pavin Smith RC of the Arizona Diamondbacks, going to Adam right there. Then we have Jorge Guzman of the Miami Marlins. And that is going to Leo. Followed by an Edward Kalina RC of the Minnesota Twins, going to Jim. Kevin Biggio of the Blue Jays. A Brian Hayes RC of the Pittsburgh Pirates, heading to Jim. Daniel Johnson RC of the Cleveland Guardians. Followed out by a Mookie Betts of the Dodgers. Mookie Betts of Stained Glass of the Dodgers. We have Tony Gwynn of the Padres. Derek Hill, RC Blue of the Detroit Tigers, going to Justin. A red Ramon Laureano of the Oakland Athletics, going right there. And then we have a stargazing Trey Turner of the Washington Nationals. We have an Anderson Tejada RC of the Texas Rangers, headed to Mr. CEO. Rafael Devers of the Boston Red Sox. Tristan McKenzie RC of the Cleveland Guardians, headed to Cynthia. Then we have Ian Anderson of the Atlanta Braves, going to Chris. Followed up by Letty Travaris of the Texas Rangers, headed to Mr. CEO. Then we have Rafael Marchand of the Philadelphia Phillies, going to Jim. Followed by Whit Merrifield of the Kansas City Royals. A Illumination Joe Adell of the Los Angeles Angels, going to Phil. Followed up by Salvador Perez of the Kansas City Royals. A Fearless Chris Bryant of the Chicago Cubs, and that is going to be heading to Rich. Followed up by a red George Springer of the Toronto Blue Jays, and then a championship stage Kyle Hendricks of the Chicago Cubs as well. And we've got breaks closing left and right here. We're getting them on the schedule right now. Looks like we have 1357, 1150, and 1151. Those will be up there on the schedule very shortly. Carlos Correa of the Houston Astros, Jim Tomei of the Guardians, an Andre Scrub RC of the Houston Astros, headed to Cynthia, followed by Braylon Marquez of the Chicago Cubs, going to Rich. Then we have Larry Walker of the Colorado Rockies, Reyes Hoskins of the Phillies, Willie Stargell of the Pirates, Babe Ruth of the Yankees, Jose Altuve Fearless of the Houston Astros, going to Cynthia. Then we have a Michael Brantley of the Astros and an Isaac Paredes RC of the Detroit Tigers, going to Justin. Then we have a Lumbers Inc. DJ LeMahieu of the New York Yankees. And we have 3 packs left in this break. We have Zach McKinstry of the Los Angeles Dodgers RC right there, heading to Cynthia, followed by Luin Diaz RC of the Miami Marlins, going to Leo. And then we're going to have a Then we're going to have a Luis Campusano of the San Diego Padres, followed by Spencer Howard of the Philadelphia Phillies. Spencer Howard of the Phillies. And then we have Manny Machado of the San Diego Padres, a Jorge Mateo RC of the Padres as well, going to Jim. Willie McCovey of the Giants, an old school Sandy Koufax of the Los Angeles Dodgers, followed up by a Dalton Varsho RC of the Arizona Diamondbacks, headed to Adam. And then we have a lime green Ken Griffey Jr., and that is going to be out of 125 of the Seattle Mariners. And then a red Ramon Urias RC of the Baltimore Orioles, going to Bobby and Marla. And then a sluggers Charlie Blackmon of the Colorado Rockies. Looks like things are definitely moving on the site this evening. Trey Turner of the Nationals, a Jared Kelenic RC of the Seattle Mariners, going to Jim, followed up by Austin Meadows of the Tampa Bay Rays, a Dalton Jeffries RC of the Oakland Athletics, going to Adam. And then we're going to have Freddie Freeman of the Braves, followed up by Alejandro Kirk of the Toronto Blue Jays, going to John. Then we have Brandon Lowe of the Tampa Bay Rays, a Garrett Cole Fearless of the New York Yanks, headed to Jim. And then we have Hyun-Jin Ryu of the Blue Jays, and it's going to be our last auto, and that is going to be Mr. Brady Singer of the Kansas City Royals. Nice hit right there. Then we have the silver Hyun-Jin Ryu of the Toronto Blue Jays, and a rookie class Brady Singer of the Kansas City Royals. Would love to see that Topps chrome filled. Would be the first time we break that. Then we have Daniel Lynch of the Kansas City Royals, going to Mr. CEO, followed by Alex Verdugo of the Red Sox, Jared Olivia RC of the Pittsburgh Pirates, going to Jim, followed up by Ryan Castellani RC of the Colorado Rockies, going to Adam. Then we have Jack Morris of the Twins, Charlie Blackmon of the Rockies, a Josh Fleming RC of the Tampa Bay Rays, going to Leo, Shane Bieber of the Guardians, an Illumination Jose Ramirez of the Guardians as well, going to Cynthia, Kirby Puckett of the Twins, a blue Dean Kremer of the Baltimore Orioles, going to Bobby and Marla, followed by an emergent Jared Kelenic of the Seattle Mariners. Alrighty, we're going to run through these rookie hits and then our featured cards. We have the blue Dean Kremer of the Baltimore Orioles, going to Bobby and Marla, an emergent Jared Kelenic of the Seattle Mariners, going to Jim, a rookie class Brady Singer of the Kansas City Royals, going to Mr. CEO, a red Ramon Urias of the Baltimore Orioles, going to Bobby and Marla, a blue Derek Hill out of 60, and that is of the Detroit Tigers, headed to Justin. A rookie class Brian Hayes of the Pirates to Jim. Alex Bam of the Philadelphia Phillies, going to Jim. And then a red Jose Garcia of the Cincinnati Reds, going to Rich. And now on to our featured cards. Alrighty. First up, we have the out 25 Sandy Koufax Old School of the Los Angeles Dodgers headed to Cynthia. And then we have our rookie signatures. We have Brady Singer, Devi Garcia, and the debut signatures, Ramon Laureano. Devi Garcia of the New York Yankees headed to Jim. Brady Singer of the Kansas City Royals is going to be going to Mr. CEO. And the Ramon Laureano debut signatures of the Oakland Athletics is going to Adam. And then another BT first occurred this evening, and that is the Lava Flow hit. And that is Fernando Tatis Jr. of the San Diego Padres, and that is going to be headed to Jim. Alrighty, folks. And there we have it. That is break 1304, the 2021 Prism Baseball One Box Pick Your Team. And we will be back from BT Field for some certified hobby football. Alrighty. We are back with some certified football. Before we get into that, we are going to do our next show keyword giveaway. Oh man, we are selling out breaks left and right.
Yeah, that was quite a run.
Alrighty, our next show keyword giveaway is going to be basketball, but we have to wait till it's in the chat to enter. All right, basketball it is. Basketball it is. One Tree Hill, incorrect. That Contender's Optic, we didn't pull it out of a case like today. That's been here for a while. It's most likely out of random pulls from our supplier. Last Dance, Kenneth gets it. Kenneth gets it. Too easy with the football and baseball or basketball right there. Justin Jefferson of the Vikings, followed by another Justin Jefferson. More than a feeling, it's Adam Thielen. Then we have T. Higgins of the Bengals and DeAndre Swift of the Detroit Lions. Some nice hits going to Kenneth there. Looks like we have a pick your division with 3 spots left. Pick your division with 3 spots left. Then we have a, oh, looks like we had another pick your. 1 second, folks, sorry. It appears that one of the breaks that closed didn't show up on our site. 1 second. Oh yeah, it did, never mind. Sorry about that. Alrighty. I know, right? Gee, 2 one-word guesses. Oh, I watched that game for sure. It was a great football game last night. Real exciting. And here we go. This is break 1305, the 2021 certified 1-box pick your team. We got the 10 packs in here with the 5 cards per pack. Love that bet, Phil. Josh Allen of the Jaguars at J.K. Dobbins out of 299 of the Baltimore Ravens, headed to Matt. Following that up with Nick Chubb of the Browns. Nick Chubb of the Browns right there. And that is going to be going to Robert. Jalen Hurts of the Eagles and Joe Burrow of the Bengals. And before we get into this next pack, I just want to welcome Clay, Matt, Robert, and Adam and Jason to the BT community. Thank you for joining us. If you're new at BreakTraders and haven't used our website yet, you can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase at BreakTraders.com. Sam Darnold of the Carolina Panthers. Then we're going to get a Chuba Hubbard out of 399 of the Panthers as well, going to Cord. And then we have that filler in there, followed by a seal of approval, Myles Garrett of the Cleveland Browns, going to Robert, followed by Matt Ryan of the Falcons and A.J. Brown of the Tennessee Titans. I'll tell you that game last night, though, Phil, Mike Evans only getting less than 4 fantasy points was really disappointing. I think he dropped like 3 passes. Terrible stuff for at least for one of my fantasy outcomes. Another one I had Godwin and Brown, so that was incredible. Zeke Elliott of the Cowboys, followed by Christian McCaffrey, dark horse of the Carolina Panthers, going to Cord. And then we have Chase Young of the Washington Football Team and Nick Chubb of the Browns. And here we go. It's our first auto. And it is going to be an out of 15 certified potential Terry McLaurin. Nice hit right there. Very pretty hit of the Washington Football Team. And that is going to be heading to Jason. Welcome. We're getting a nice... Jason, in his first break with BreakTraders, getting a nice auto right there. Dak looked phenomenal. George Kittle of the 49ers. Followed by a graffiti, Jalen Hurts of the Philadelphia Eagles, going to Cynthia. Then we have Mr. Josh Jacobs of the Raiders and Tua of the Miami Dolphins. And then our next memorabilia, it's going to be a Charger, and that is going to be Austin Eckler, Certified Gamers out of 125. Yeah, there was definitely that offensive pass interference call that was missed, but to be 44 years old and doing as well as he did, it's absolutely incredible. That one throw that he made when he was falling to the ground, that he got to Leonard Fournette was crazy. Cortland Sutton of the Broncos, followed by an auto 149, Pete Werner of the New Orleans Saints going to Cynthia. A gold team, Los Angeles Rams, headed to Cynthia as well. And then we're going to have DJ Chark of the Jaguars and DeAndre Hopkins of the Cardinals. And all of those breaks that Phil pointed out have big discounts going. Ben Roethlisberger of the Steelers, Christian McCaffrey of the Panthers, a Stars, Alvin Kamara of the Saints headed to Cynthia. Following that up with Joe Mixon of the Bengals and Dalvin Cook of the Minnesota Vikings. Roquan Smith of the Bears. Then we're going to have a Trey Sermon out of 249 of the San Francisco 49ers going to Lillum. Then we have the filler card right there, followed by a Stars, Patrick Mahomes of the Kansas City Chiefs headed to Ken. Then we have Patrick Mahomes again of the Chiefs, followed by Stephon Diggs of the Buffalo Bills. Cam Newton of the Panthers, followed by Christian McCaffrey, all out of 249 of the Carolina Panthers. A seal of approval, Von Miller of the Denver Broncos headed to Matt. And then we have David Johnson of the Texans and Mike Evans of the Buccaneers. Yeah, now that Tom Brady's on the Buccaneers, I'm fully willing to admit that he is the greatest to have ever played the game of football. I mean, his career could drink. Like, it's playing at that level for 22 years is out of this world. Austin Eckler of the Chargers, a Tyreek Hill of the Kansas City Chiefs right there, dark horse, followed up by J.K. Dobbins of the Ravens and Aaron Rodgers of the Packers. And here we go. It is going to be a Keenan Allen certified gamers out of 99. The Chargers getting two solid memorabilia ones right there. And that is headed to Clay. So far, all the memorabilia is going to BT first timers. And on to our last pack here. Matt Stafford of the Rams, followed up by a Trey Lance, and that is a graffiti Trey Lance right there of the San Francisco 49ers going to Lillum. Following that up with DK Metcalf of the Seattle Seahawks and Daniel Jones of the Giants. And here we go. Our last memorabilia is going to be a rookie patch auto, and that is Dwayne Brown. Dwayne Brown of the Washington football team, and that is headed to Jason. Look at that. Two people taking home all the memorabilia and autos. We had two autos of the Washington football team and two patches of the Los Angeles Chargers. Alrighty, let's run this box down. We have three rookie numbered hits right there. Chuba Hubbard out of 399 of the Carolina Panthers headed to Cord, followed by Pete Werner out of 149 of the New Orleans Saints to Cynthia, and Trey Sermon out of 249 of the San Francisco 49ers, and that is going to Lillum. And now on to our featured cards. Our two veteran hits right there, or three veteran hits, should I say. We have the Terry McLaurin out of 15, Austin Eckler out of 125, and Keenan Allen out of 99. Keenan Allen and Austin Eckler of the Los Angeles Chargers headed to Clay. Terry McLaurin out of 15 of the Washington football team going to Jason. And then we're going to have a rookie patch auto out of 299. That is Dwame Brown. Dwame Brown right there. And that is going to be of the Washington football team going to Jason. And last but not least, we had the graffiti Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers, and that is going to Lillum. Alrighty, folks. With that, we are going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll be back with Chronicles draft picks right after that. Alrighty, we are back with some Chronicles draft picks. And before that, we're going to randomize our basketball. And while you're typing basketball in the chat, we're going to put some more free giveaways. A little Prestige 2015. We're going to put 1, 2, 3, 4 of those in there. A Contenders Draft Picks 2016. 2 of those at least in there. Let's see what else we got here. Then we're going to put another Contenders Draft Picks 2016 in there, followed by 3 different 2019 Illusions in the box as well. And then just because I think they're fun, we're going to have a Civil War, toss some of those Civil War cards in there as well. We'll do 5 of those. They're always fun if you're either a Marvel fan or have kids that are fans of Marvel. All right, John, can we get a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Steve Wetz Jr.
Oh. And here it is, a Contenders Draft Picks 2016. Mr. Haley in the chat. And Haley, I'm not sure if Steve buys into breaks on his own, so we'll send that with your stuff. Jason Winton, like if he has an account, his own account with us. Cardale Jones right there, followed by Hunter Henry. Then we have the old school Phillip Rivers, a Braxton Miller right there, and Nelson Spruce. So that's Steve Wetz Jr. I would just put in parentheses Haley V so that we send that with make sure we get that to the right person.
Okay.
Alrighty, folks, here we go. This is break 1306. 1306, the Panini Chronicles Draft Picks Football. 8 cards per pack and 6 packs per box. Feels like we got a thick one in here, but it appears to be, it's going to be an auto. And well, I already showed it, so there it is. It's Dax Milne from BYU, and now on the Washington football team, going to Joshua. Then we have a Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals. Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals headed to Harry, followed by Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers going to Phil. A Zach Wilson of the New York Jets headed to Steve right there. And then we're going to have a Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins, and that is going to Brad, followed up by Sean Wade of the Baltimore Ravens headed to Josh. Then we have a Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals, and that is going to Harry. And followed up by Azeez Ojulari out of 49. Azeez Ojulari out of 49 of the New York Football Giants, and that is going to be going to Michael. Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons. Going to Brad. followed by Terrace Marshall Jr. Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers, and that is going to be going to Phil. Then we have Mr. Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers, and that is going to be going to Michael. Following that up with Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons, headed to Brad as well. Then we have Trey Lance out of 149. Trey Lance out of 149 of the San Francisco 49ers going to Michael as well. Followed by Patrick Surtain of the Denver Broncos going to Harry. And Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals heading to Brad. You can't be thrilled with Jamar Chase's comments recently if you're a Bengals fan. All right, here we go. It is going to be an Anthony Schwartz auto out of 99 of the Cleveland Browns going to Shannon. And we're on to our third pack. Dylan Moses of the Jacksonville Jaguars, followed by Mr. Rashad Bateman. Rashad Bateman of the Baltimore Ravens headed to Josh. Then we have Zach Wilson of the New York Jets, followed up by another Zach Wilson, and this one out of 49. Out of 49 of the New York Jets going to Steve. Nice hit right there. And then we have Sage Surratt of the Detroit Lions heading to Lewis, followed up by a Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears going to Haley. Justin Fields of the Bears to Haley. A Kyle Trask select of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Dwayne. And then we have Mac Diddley Jones, that's a Spectra of the New England Patriots going to Rick. Alrighty, and while we're at the halfway mark, would like to thank Michael, Dwayne, Rick, and Steve for joining us for the first time at BreakTraders. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first order at BreakTraders.com. We have a Rashad Bateman of the Baltimore Ravens going to Josh, followed by Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers heading to Phil. And then we have Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers going to Michael, followed by Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons heading to Brad. And then we have Terrace Marshall Jr. again of the Carolina Panthers to Phil, followed by Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals headed to Harry, and Carlos Boogie Basham of the Buffalo Bills going to Lewis. And now our memorabilia, and it is going to be substantial rookie swatches. That is Mr. Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers headed to Michael. Alrighty, 2 packs left in this break. Kadarius Toney of the New York Giants. Followed by Kenneth Gainwell. The filler card right there. Kenneth Gainwell of the Eagles heading to Michael. A Javonte Williams of the Denver Broncos going to Harry. Followed up by a Kadarius Toney XR of the New York Giants going to Michael as well. Then we have Pat Freiermuth of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Going to Michael. Followed up by Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers going to Michael. And Mr. Zach Wilson of the New York Jets headed to Steve. And here we go. Our auto is going to be an Origins auto, and that is Dylan Moses. Dylan Moses of the Jacksonville Jaguars headed to Michael. Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Brad, followed up by Zach Wilson of the New York Jets, and that is going to Steve. Then we have Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons. Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons headed to Brad as well, followed up by another Zach Wilson of the New York Jets. Then we have Mr. Trey Sermon of the 49ers, and that is going to Michael. Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals heading to Brad, XR edition, and then Terrace Marshall Jr. with that select edition of the Carolina Panthers going to Phil, followed by Travis Etienne of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and that is going to Michael. Alrighty, let's run down these first rounded or QBs or numbers. We have Travis Etienne of the Jacksonville Jaguars, Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Panthers, Jamar Chase of the Bengals, Zach Wilson of the Jets, Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons, Zach Wilson again, Jamar Chase again, Zach Wilson again, Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers, followed by Kadarius Toney of the Giants, Kadarius Toney again, followed by another Kyle Pitts, this one a recon edition. Then we have another Trey Lance of the 49ers, Mac Jones of the New England Patriots, followed by Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears, another Zach Wilson, Jamar Chase, Patrick Surtain II of the Broncos, Trey Lance out of 149 of the San Francisco 49ers, followed by Kyle Pitts of the Falcons, Trey Lance again, Kyle Pitts. Then we have an Azeez Olahari out of 49 of the New York Giants, Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins, and Zach Wilson of the New York Jets. And now on to our featured cards. First, we have our autos. We have Anthony Schwartz, Dax Milne, and Dylan Moses. Dylan Moses of the Jaguars heading to Michael. Dax Milne of the Washington football team to Josh. And Anthony Schwartz out of 99 of the Cleveland Browns going to Shannon. And then we have two rookie QBs hits. We have the Trey Lance substantial swatches and the Zach Wilson out of 49. Zach Wilson of the New York Jets headed to Steve. Trey Lance of the 49ers headed to Michael. And with that, we'll be right back from the hardwood for some Revolution basketball. All right, we are back with some Revolution basketball, which means we are on to a new keyword for a new keyword giveaway. Because we randomized basketball already, right, John?
Yeah.
All right.
And I guess the movie.
Yes, sir. All righty, as soon as John's ready, we will rock and roll with this next keyword. All right, and the keyword is crime. No correct guesses yet. And there we go. That is the end of the keyword guessing. The end of the keyword guessing. And with the end of the keyword guessing means the start of break 1307. Haley, I'll run a discount on that for next week so that we can rip that. We won't be able to rip it till next week anyway, because I'll need to get another Contenders draft picks. I forgot that I had sold that. Carmelo Anthony of the Trailblazers, LeBron James of the Lakers, Lonzo Ball of the New Orleans Pelicans, followed by an Andrew Wiggins Astro of the Golden State Warriors, headed to Snowman. Then we have a little Vortex, Joel Embiid of the Philadelphia 76ers, going to Phil. Let's focus on getting break 570 filled first, and then pretty soon we'll be completely out of the 3-digit break numbers. D'Angelo Russell of the Mavericks, Andre Drummond of the Cavs, Markelle Fultz of the Orlando Magic, followed by a Karl Anthony Towns Shockwave Revolution of the Timberwolves, headed to Carl. And then we have an Emmanuel Quickley RC of the New York Knicks going to Carl as well. Oh, I agree, Haley. Kyle Kuzma of the Lakers, followed by Kevin Love of the Cavaliers, Steven Adams of the Pelicans. Then we're going to have a Colin Sexton, and that's going to be a Groove of the Cleveland Cavaliers, headed to Bobby and Marla, followed by a Shockwave Revolution, Jamal Murray of the Denver Nuggets, going to Dakota. Nice. Yeah. John Wall of the Rockets, Terry Rozier of the Hornets, Davis Bertans of the Wizards, followed by Kawhi Leonard, and that's going to be a Fractal of the Los Angeles Clippers, headed to J Fitz, followed up by Theo Maladon RC of the Oklahoma City Thunder, going to J Fitz as well. And while we're halfway through this break, we'd love to take a second to recognize Joseph, Christopher, Snowman for you, JFitz58, Mark, and Colton for joining us for the first time. And that you can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first order at BreakTraders.com. Eric Gordon of the Rockets, Victor Oladipo of the Pacers, Tyler Hero of the Miami Heat. Then we're going to have a Trey Jones RC of the San Antonio Spurs, and that's going to be a Groove right there, followed by a Liftoff, Jason Tatum. Houston, we have Liftoff, Jason Tatum of the Boston Celtics, going to Anthony. Sorry, folks, just There we go. Really struggled with that liftoff one there. Sometimes it's like they go in super easy, and other times it's like a really tough to get them in there. Two spots left in a Donruss football pick your division. 6 spots left in a Donruss football pick your team. 12 spots left in that Contenders Optic team random. Jonas Valanciunas of the Grizzlies. DeAndre Ayton of the Suns. Jimmy Butler of the Heat. A Vernon Carey Jr. Astro RC of the Charlotte Hornets going to David. And then we have a Jordan Nwora RC of the Milwaukee Bucks going to J Fitz. Al Horford of the Thunder, Derrick Rose of the Detroit Pistons, and we're going to have a redemption, followed by a Goran Dragic Astro of the Miami Heat, and then a Revolution Supernova LeBron James of the Los Angeles Lakers. And what's that redemption going to be? It is going to be autographs Julius Erving. Julius Erving redemption right there of the Philadelphia 76ers headed to Phil. Very cool redemption right there. Drew Holiday of the Bucks, followed by Domantas Sabonis of the Pacers, Mike Conley of the Utah Jazz, a Sunburst Ja Morant of the Memphis Grizzlies, and that is going to be 47 out of 35 of the Grizzlies heading to Brett. And then a Vernon Carey Jr. Of the Hornets going to David. Alrighty, let's run down these veteran inserts. We have the LeBron James Supernova of the Lakers to Carl, the Shockwave Revolution Jamal Murray of the Nuggets to Dakota, Shockwave Revolution Karl Anthony Towns of the Timberwolves, and that's a fractal edition heading to Carl, and then a Vortex Joel Embiid of the 76ers going to Phil. And now on to our parallels. We have the Astro Andrew Wiggins of the Golden State Warriors, followed by an Astro Goran Dragic of the Miami Heat. Then we have a groove and a groove and a fractal. The groove Colin Sexton, the fractal Kawhi Leonard, and then the 47 out of 75 Sunburst Ja Morant. And now onto our rookie rundown. Vernon Carey Jr. of the Charlotte Hornets to David. Jordan Nwora of the Milwaukee Bucks headed to J Fitz. Theo Maledon of the Oklahoma City Thunder to J Fitz. And Emmanuel Quickley of the New York Knicks heading to Carl. And then we had two rookie parallels. We had the Groove Trey Jones of the Spurs, and the Astro Vernon Carey Jr. of the Hornets. Vernon Carey Jr. of the Hornets going to David, and Trey Jones of the Spurs heading to Josh. And now on to our featured cards. We have a liftoff Jason Tatum of the Boston Celtics, and that's going to Anthony, followed up by a redemption Julius Erving auto. Julius Erving of the Philadelphia 76ers going to Phil. And with that, we are going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll be back with 13-0. Or no, we are not taking a 5-minute break. We will be right back to auction off some teams on the Panini Revolution hobby. That is the end of break 1307. Alrighty, before we dive in to auction these off, type crime in the chat. Mr. CEO, good to see you. And I'll start the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It is Michael Warner.
Michael Warner getting the Prestige 2015. Doug Baldwin, Mike Wallace, Joik Bell, Alshon Jeffrey, followed by Bishop Sankey, Blake Bortles, a out of 100 Trey McBride extra points of the Tennessee Titans, and then we have the Stephon Diggs auto of the Minnesota Vikings. Alrighty, we've got some teams to auction off here in this next break. The first one gonna be the Cavaliers. Go hunting for a little Isaac Okoro RC. Cavaliers starting the bidding at $5 in increments of $1. $7 from T-Man, the current high bid for the Cleveland Cavaliers. Do we have 8 for the Cavs and some Isaac Okoro chasing? We will start the countdown, 30 seconds on the clock. Any bids in the 30 seconds will trigger a 15-second timer. $8 from Curtis, which means we will have 15 seconds at the end of this one. There we go, 15 seconds on the clock. $9 from T-Man, which means another 15-second timer will begin. Alrighty, T-Man gets the Cavs for 9. You can either pay now or we're auctioning off 2 more teams, and you can wait in case you win any of those. The next team is going to be a Clippers. The bidding will begin at $5 and start in increments of $1. $5 from Phil, $7 from Curtis. $8 from T-Man. All right, we are going to start a 30-second timer. Any bids in the 30 seconds will trigger another 15-second countdown at the end. Alrighty, T-Man takes the Clippers for 8. T-Man currently are at $17. You can drop it in the chat, or you can wait till after this last team. And that is going to be the Oklahoma City Thunder, starting at 5 in increments of $1. $7 from Curtis. 8 from Shelby. And we will start the countdown. 30 seconds on the clock. Any bids in that window will trigger a 15-second countdown. All right, Shelby takes it. Shelby, you can drop your payment to the link in the chat. And while we wait to receive those 2 payments, we will do our next show keyword giveaway. And that keyword is going to be collusion. No correct keyword guesses yet. The Wire incorrect. The Night of incorrect. All American incorrect. House Narcos incorrect. Show keyword giveaway guessing has ended. And John, are we good to go? We've received both payments. We are ready to go. John will get those teams loaded. Here we go. This is break 1308, the 2020-21 Revolution Basketball One Box. Pick your team. De'Aaron Fox of the Kings, Fred VanVleet of the Raptors, Kelly Oubre Jr. of the Warriors, and then we're going to have an Obi Toppin impact out of 149 of the New York Knicks going to Anthony with that impact parallel right there, followed by a Trey Jones of the San Antonio Spurs. Trey Jones of the San Antonio Spurs going to Josh. Miles Turner of the Pacers, Chris Middleton of the Bucks, Kyle Lowry of the Raptors, and boom goes the dynamite. It is a LaMelo Ball Groove. LaMelo Ball Groove RC. Nice hit right there. He came in like a mellow ball. And that is going to be headed to a Roman right there. And bang, that is getting a sizzle sticker for sure. A PSA 10 one of these just sold for $454. And then we have a liftoff, Ja Morant of the Memphis Grizzlies, and that is going to Brett. Ja Morant of the Memphis Grizzlies heading to Brett. What a good start right there. Kobe White of the Bulls, Kyrie Irving of the Nets, Kevin Durant of the Nets, a rookie revolution, Josh Green of the Dallas Mavericks, and that is heading to Brett, followed by a Jameis Ramsey RC of the Sacramento Kings going to Jose. Trae Young of the Hawks, Yusuf Nurk of the Trailblazers, Marvin Bagley III of the Kings, and then we have an Eric Gordon, and that is going to be a Groove of the Houston Rockets, headed to Bobby and Marla, followed by a Vortex RJ Barrett of the New York Knicks. Vortex RJ Barrett of the New York Knicks, heading to Anthony. And while we're halfway through this one, wanted to take a second to thank Griffin, Cade, Zachary, and Colton for joining BreakTraders for the first time this evening. I haven't really done a lot of research into other card graders. Kristaps Porzingis of the Mavs, Zach LaVine of the Bulls, Jaylen Brown of the Celtics, a Donovan Mitchell Fractal of the Utah Jazz going to Colton, followed by an Isaac Okoro RC of the Cleveland Cavaliers, headed to T-Man. I like the HGA ones. Like, they look great. Would love to see, like, I mean, in reality, I don't understand. Like, I know PSA had the #1 for so long, but I mean, if it's going to be the same grade and no matter the agency, then I don't think it should really matter. I think they should all be valued the same. Kemba Walker of the Celtics, Chris Paul of the Suns, Bradley Beal of the Wizards. And we have a Ja Morant Astro of the Memphis Grizzlies going to Brett, followed by a Vortex Giannis of the Milwaukee Bucks, and that's going to Cade. Gordon Hayward of the Hornets, Rui Hachimura of the Wizards, Giannis of the Milwaukee Bucks. Then we have an Aaron Naismith Astro of the Boston Celtics. Aaron Naismith of the Celtics, followed by a Devin going to Bobby and Marla, followed by Devin Vassell of the San Antonio Spurs, headed to Joshua. And on to the last one in this pack. Kawhi Leonard of the Clippers, Tim Hardaway Jr. of the Mavs, and we're going to have an auto, and that is going to be a Killian Hayes auto of the Detroit Pistons out of 100 heading to Jeremy. Nice hit right there. And we are on to a Karl Anthony Towns Astro of the Minnesota Timberwolves. And then we have a Shockwave Revolution Jason Tatum of the Boston Celtics. Alrighty, let's run these down. Our veteran inserts, we have the Jason Tatum Shockwave, the Giannis Vortex, and the RJ Barrett Vortex. Following that up with some parallels, we have the Eric Gordon Groove, the Donovan Mitchell Fractal. Then we have the Astros of both Karl Anthony Towns and Ja Morant. And now our rookie rundown. We have Devin Vassell of the Spurs, Isaac Okoro of the Cleveland Cavaliers, Jameis Ramsey of the Kings, followed by Trey Jones of the Spurs. And then we had the rookie revolution, Josh Green, and the Astro, Aaron Naismith of the Boston Celtics. And now on to our featured cards. We have the Impact out of 149, Obi Toppin, and the Liftoff, Ja Morant of the Memphis Grizzlies. Following that up with the Killian Hayes auto of the Detroit Pistons headed to Jeremy. And you'd think when we get an auto in Revolution, that's going to be the best card. But it is not, because he came in like a mellow ball of the Charlotte Hornets. And that is going to be the Groove Edition. And that is going to a Roman. And with that, we are done with break 1308. And we will be back in 5 minutes with break number 1357, some Donruss football. Alrighty, we are back from BT Field for some Donruss football. Phil, that was a fractal on that Killian Hayes auto. And folks, type collusion in the chat. Collusion in the chat to be randomly entered to win here. Collusion, collusion, collusion. Alrighty, John, can we get a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Shelby Dickerson.
Shelby. And Shelby getting a Prestige worldwide, wide. The 2015 Prestige. Yeah, I can definitely look into that, Phil. Julian Edelman of the Patriots, Zeke Anza of the Ezekiel Anza of the Lions, Jordan Reed of the Washington football team, Colin Kaepernick of the 49ers, John Carlson of the Cardinals, Malcolm Floyd of the Chargers, and then we're going to have an Antonio Brown franchise favorite of the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's an interesting card right there, followed by a Desmond Lewis RC. Definitely can get some more Crown Royal. That's not a problem at all. Here we go. This is break 1357 of 2021 Donruss Football One Box. Pick your division. We have Steven with the AFC East, Smith, their CEO with the AFC North, Jax with the AFC South, Sean with the AFC West. Then we have Danny with the NFC East, Haley with the NFC North, Harry Hood with the NFC South, and Jordan with the NFC West. Alrighty, let's rip into it. 10 cards per pack, 18 packs per box. Alrighty. Starting off with those veterans, and then we have the little photo variation that'll be coming up here right there. That's Mr. Drew Brees of the New Orleans Saints. Following that up with a James Robinson, and then we have our first rookie, and that is Larry Roundtree of the Los Angeles Chargers. Larry Roundtree of the Chargers, followed by the parallel no name, and that is going to be Kadarius Toney of the New York Giants, heading to Danny, following that up with a Barry Sanders of the Detroit Lions Legend Series, going to Haley, and then a road to the Super Bowl. That is Baker Mayfield with the Cleveland Browns, headed to Mr. CEO. And starting off with our veterans there with Mr. Jalen Hurts. Saquon Barkley photo variation right there, followed by a Green Bay Packer. And then our first QB hit, and that is Mr. Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers, going to Jordan. And then we're going to have a out of 500 Seth Williams of the Denver Broncos. Seth Williams of the Denver Broncos going to Sean. And then we have the rookies Ian Book of the New Orleans Saints headed to Harry, and a 2001 throwback, and that is going to be Luke Kuechly of the Carolina Panthers. Michael Vick of the Falcons. Then we have Mr. Tom Brady with that photo variation of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Harry. And then it's a Elijah Mitchell rated a rookie of the San Francisco 49ers to Jordan. A rookies Gridiron Kings Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals headed to Jordan as well. Followed by a Chris Johnson Elite Series of the Titans. And then the champ is here. Tyler Johnson of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers headed to Harry. I'm not necessarily sure how they're doing on the market, but we will definitely be finding out tonight. As I will be, I'll be making sure to check the prices for them depending on the break. Kyler Murray of the Cardinals. Then we have Randy Moss, photo variation right there of the Minnesota Vikings headed to Haley. Mr. Tyreek Hill of the Chiefs. And then we have Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals, followed by a red press-proof Zeke right there of the Dallas Cowboys. Then we have Mr. J.J. Watt of the Arizona Cardinals in that Dominators, followed up by a 2001 Peyton Manning of the Indianapolis Colts. I can tell you the box price skyrocketed on Wednesday, got up to some places I saw at $549, and now it seemed to have settled back right around $500. Michael Pittman of the Colts, Terry McLaurin of the Washington football team, and then we're going to have Mr. Lamar Jackson of the Baltimore Ravens headed to Mr. CEO. Followed up by a Joseph Osai, rated a rookie right there. Then we have Tom Brady's 21st career touchdown pass. What a long time ago that was. And then we're going to have a Trey Lance Portraits of the San Francisco 49ers right there. And that is going to be heading to Jordan. That Trey Lance looks like going for right around $25. We have a Power Formulas Nick Chubb of the Cleveland Browns headed to Mr. CEO right there. And then we have a Tyreek Hill highlights of the Kansas City Chiefs going to Sean. Brandon Ayuk of the 49ers. Then we have Mr. Nick Chubb of the Browns, David Johnson of the Texans, Drew Brees of the Saints, a little Minka Fitzpatrick right there, and then a Devontae Adams photo variation, followed by Trevon Moehrig of the Las Vegas Raiders, and that's going to be going to Sean, followed up by a Nick Bosa gold press-proof die cut out of 25 of the San Francisco 49ers headed to Jordan right there. And then we're going to have the rookies, Kadarius Toney of the Giants, and a 2001 throwback, Barry Sanders of the Detroit Lions. I'm not even quite sure when Prism is supposed to come out. I know that it hasn't done usually like a month or 2 months before something comes out, it lets us know how many we can order for the pre-order. But I haven't got that notification yet. I mean, Mr. DeAndre Hopkins with that photo variation of the Arizona Cardinals. Following that up with Mr. Tom Brady. Then we have a Caleb Farley rated rookie. And then a gold press proof die cut Amari Rodgers rated rookie of the Green Bay Packers. And that is going to Haley. Very cool card right there. Followed up by a Legend Series Terry Bradshaw of the Pittsburgh Steelers. And Tom Brady of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Randall Cobb right there. Anthony of the Titans, a little Rob Gronkowski photo variation of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That die cut was out of 25. And then we have Joe Schober of the Jaguars. Both those die cuts were out of 25. A Jamar Jefferson, a rated rookie, followed by an all-time Gridiron Kings, Joe Montana of the 49ers, and an action All-Pro Derrick Henry of the Tennessee Titans, followed up by the 2001 throwback Phillip Rivers. The only die cut that's there is no die cut out of 10. Black press proofs out of 10 as well. Right? We have the Henry Ruggs the third of the Raiders, followed up by Shaquille Griffin of the Jaguars. And then our first Mac Jones hit of the New England Patriots headed to Steven. Nice little Mac Diddley Jones right there, followed by the no-name Jalen Hurts of the Eagles heading to Danny. And then we're going to have an Elite Series, a Ricky Williams, and a Retro Series, Drew Bledsoe. Travis Kelce of the Kansas City Chiefs, followed by Zadarius Smith. And then we're going to have a little Gary Brightwell RC of the New York Giants heading to Danny. A red press proof AJ Green of the Arizona Cardinals going to Jordan, followed by the rookies Najee Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers headed to Mr. CEO. Following that up with a Seahawks Steve Largent, and that's a 2001 throwback right there. Just over halfway through this break. Antoine Winfield getting that one right off the get-go right there. Then we have Tua of the Miami Dolphins. Tua of the Miami Dolphins with that COVID variation right there. Followed by an Elijah Moore rated rookie of the New York Jets going to Steven. Followed by a Devonta Smith portraits of the Philadelphia Eagles headed to Danny. Then we're going to have Dwayne Eskridge Elite Series rookies of the Seattle Seahawks to Jordan. And the champ is here, Rob Gronkowski of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Harry. Ricky Williams has staked out a nice little business for himself in the CBD and marijuana fields with his post NFL career. Little DK Metcalf variation right there of the Seahawks. Man, he is huge. following Jalen Smith. And then we got the Julio Jones, another variation right there. A little 2-for-1 on the variations in that pack. And then we're going to have a Penei Sewell rated a rookie right there of the Detroit Lions, followed by a press proof Mo Silver die cut Mo Alley Cox of the Indianapolis Colts right there out of 75, followed by a Dominators Joe Burrow, and then a 2001 throwback Terry Bradshaw of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Get those veterans right there. Deontay Johnson, and then we're going to have the Joe Burrow variation of the Bengals right there. Following that up with a little Kene Nwangu rated rookie of the Minnesota Vikings going to Haley. Then we have Jalen Hurts, Gridiron Kings of the Eagles, followed by a Power Formulas James Robinson of the Jaguars, and a Highlights DK Metcalf of the of the Seattle Seahawks. And here we go. It is going to be an Ezekiel Elliott All-Pro Kings patch, and that is out of 299. And we have 2, 4, 5 packs left in this break. Nick Chubb, followed by Derrick Henry. Then we have TJ Hawkinson of the Lions, a little James Conner, and then a Baker Mayfield variation. And then we have Mr. Noah Gray of the Kansas City Chiefs, rated rookie, followed by a red press-proof Jimmy Garoppolo of the 49ers, followed by the rookies Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers going to Jordan. And then a Ray Lewis 2001 throwback right there. Would love to see a Donruss football snake tonight at the end of the night as well. I might even just get one of those posted. Two right there. Then we're going to have a little Marcus May and then a Barry Sanders with the photo variation right there of the Detroit Lions. And then we're going to have a rated rookie that's Kenneth Gainwell of the Philadelphia Eagles, followed by a Danny Amendola out of 500 of the Detroit Lions. And then a Bo Jackson Elite Series and an Ozzie Newsome Retro Series. The only thing I don't like about this product is the number of prisms in a box. Like, there's just so many, and so I penny sleeve all of them, and it's like, are they just because they're so flooded? Is it really worth it? Because that takes up the time, right? Darius Leonard of the Colts right there, headed to Jacks, followed by a little Nick Bolton rated rookie of the Kansas City Chiefs, and then we're gonna have a Noah Gray silver press proof out of 100 right there of the Kansas City Chiefs as well. A Dominators of the Arizona Cardinals, Kyler Murray, and then the 2001 throwback Adrian Peterson of the Minnesota Vikings. That would definitely still be available. We'd be happy to snake that too. I'm happy to stay up late. I won't get to sleep in though, because I'm headed into the border to board the dogs, and then headed right to Buffalo in the morning. And gonna spend the night in Buffalo. My fiance and I are visiting one of my closest friends. We have the Chase Young photo variation. Gonna hang out in Buffalo all day, and then game on Sunday. Dak Prescott of the Cowboys. We got a little Pat Fryermuth rated rookie. Pat Frymouth, rated rookie, followed by a Chuck Cecil signature marks out of 25 of the Arizona Cardinals, headed to Jordan. And then we're going to have a Portraits Pat Frymouth of the Pittsburgh Steelers to Mr. CEO, followed by Elijah Moore of the New York Jets. Elijah Moore of the New York Jets going to Steven. And then we have Mr. John Lynch of the Denver Broncos. John Lynch of the Broncos going to Sean with that inducted. Little Bobby Wagner right there to get those veterans kicked off. Then we're going to have that Jalen Hurts photo variation of the Philadelphia Eagles. And then we have Mr. Mark Brunell of the Jaguars, followed by a Kwity Paye of the Indianapolis Colts, a red RC, a red press-proof Kylan Hill of the Green Bay Packers. Then we have an Action All-Pros Travis Kelce of the Kansas City Chiefs going to Sean, and then an Ozzie Newsome of the Cleveland Browns with the 2001 throwback. Alrighty, let's run these rookies down. Red press-proof Kylan Hill of the Packers, Kwity Paye of the Indianapolis Colts, an Elite Series rookies, Elijah Moore of the Jets, followed by Pat Frymouth of the Steelers, Pat Frymouth again of the Steelers, a Noah Gray out of 100 silver press-proof rated rookie of the Chiefs, Nick Bolton of the Chiefs, Kenneth Gainwell of the Eagles, Noah Gray of the Chiefs, Kene Nwangu of the Minnesota Vikings, Penei Sewell of the Detroit Lions, an Elite Series rookies, Dwayne Eskridge of the Seahawks, Devonta Smith portraits of the Eagles, Elijah Moore of the Jets, the rookies, Najee Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Gary Brightwell of the Giants, Jermar Jefferson of the Lions, Caleb Farley of the Titans, the rookies, Kadarius Toney of the Giants, Trevon Moehrig of the Raiders, Joseph Osai of the Bengals, Rondale Moore of the Cardinals, the rookies, Rondale Moore, Gridiron Kings right there, Elijah Mitchell of the 49ers, Ian Book, the rookies of the Saints, an out of 500 Seth Williams of the Broncos, the no-name Kadarius Toney of the Giants, and Larry Roundtree of the Chargers. And now on to the featured hits. First, we have our 2 gold die cuts, and that is going to be Nick Bosa out of 25 of the 49ers heading to Jordan, and Amari Rodgers out of 25 with that rated rookie of the Green Bay Packers going to Haley. And next up, we'll do our auto and our memorabilia. It is Zeke Elliott of the Cowboys and Chuck Cecil of the Arizona Cardinals. And then our QB hits. We have the 1 Mac Jones of the New England Patriots going to Steven. And then it is all Trey Lance. We have the base, we have the portraits, and we have the rookies. And with that, we are done with break 1357. We'll be right back with break 1150. We are back with some Don Russ football, and here we go. This is break 1150, a division random. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize it, and that's going to be 3 times. One, 2, and 3. T-Man with the AFC East, Haley with the AFC North, Mr. CEO with the South, Cynthia with the AFC West, Zach with the NFC East, Steven with the NFC North, Haley with the NFC South, and Harry with the NFC West. A plates and patches 1 box snake would only be $40. I won't drop the snake into snake form into the chat until later because those snakes won't be until pretty late tonight. Huh? Oh. 1 second, folks, before we open a pack. I think one of those... Yeah, there is 9, but I think one of those Haley's is a double. Sorry, folks, 1 moment. We are just having a brief technical issue. I'm just going to go on mute, but I'm going to leave the cards on the screen. Alrighty, folks. So what happened here is for some reason it's the Shopify. There was an error and there was 9 spots that were sold. The last person to purchase a spot there was 1 more spot purchased by Haley. Haley, we are going to refund that spot for you right now because since that was the last one, that shouldn't have been sold, but you still get 2 spots in there. I apologize about this, folks. So we're gonna have to run this randomization again. Thanks for working with us, Haley. Alrighty, so we will rerun this randomization. Just want to make sure I keep all those cards on the screen since we reopened the box before we did it. And it's going to be 10 times on that randomization. So you just delete out one of the Haley spots there, John. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alrighty. We have Steven with the AFC East, Zach with the AFC North, Haley with the AFC South, Harry with the NFC West, Mr. CEO with the NFC East, Haley with the NFC North, T-Man with the NFC South, and Cynthia with the NFC West. And folks, if you're in this break because we did do that randomization, if you're unhappy with the second randomization, send me an email and we will try to figure out something we can do for you. I'm very sorry about that. We should have caught that there was nine spots there before we did the initial randomization. So that is on us here at BreakTraders, and we will figure out a way to make it right for y'all. DK Metcalf with that photo variation of the Seahawks. Followed by a Justin Fields rated rookie right there. Justin Fields rated a rookie of the Chicago Bears, going to Haley. Then we have another Kene Nwangu. That's a portraits rated rookie of the Minnesota Vikings right there. And then we have an Elite Series Marquez Colston of the New Orleans Saints, followed up by a Retro Series Tom Brady of the New England Patriots. And here we go. We're going to have a Passing the Torch Dez Bryant patch, and that is with CD Lamb and Dez Bryant, and that is heading to Mr. CEO. Not the coolest passing the torch we've had right there. Devin McCourty of the Patriots, Justin Tucker of the Ravens, Chase Young of the Washington football team, Randall Cobb of the Texans, Julio Jones of the Atlanta Falcons right there. Then we have Deonta Johnson of the Steelers, followed by a Frank Darby of the Atlanta Falcons rated rookie right there, going to T-Man. Then we have an out of 500 Frank Darby rated rookie of the Atlanta Falcons as well, followed by a Dominators Julio Jones of the Atlanta Falcons going to T-Man, followed by a Joe Montana of the Kansas City Chiefs, and that is going to Harry. I completely understand your anger, Mr. CEO. I apologize, and I will reach out to you personally as soon as we have a break. I'll reach out to everyone that was affected by that. That is completely on us. I don't know how 9 spots got sold, but that had to void the first randomization because there wasn't because that randomized 9 people, so there was no way that could have been a valid one, and that is obviously on us, and I will do everything in my power to make it right. Obviously, if there's big hits in this, it's not going to be not going to be great for you're not going to feel great about that, and I will figure out a way to fix that. We have the out of the 100 of the Minnesota Vikings rated rookie. That is the studio series, and then we have a Chatarius Tutu Atwell of the Rams. Chatarius Tutu Atwell of the Rams right there. Following that up with Brandon Ayuk highlights of the San Francisco 49ers. Drew Lock of the Denver Broncos, Jimmy Garoppolo of the 49ers. We have Malcolm Jenkins of the Saints right there, followed by Joe Burrow of the Cincinnati Bengals. Then we have a Baker Mayfield of the Cleveland Browns going to Zach, followed by Marcus May of the Jets, a Simi Fioku, a rated rookie of the Dallas Cowboys. Then we have the Drew Brees press proof of the New Orleans Saints right there, that red press proof, followed up by an action of the Miami Dolphins right there, Jason Sanders. And then we're going to have a 2001 throwback Warren Sapp. Odell Beckham right there to get started. Then we have that Barry Sanders photo variation of the Detroit Lions, followed by Denzel Mibbs. Then we have a Christian Barmore. Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons with that Gridiron Kings right there. Then we have a Jason Witten of the Dallas Cowboys. Jason Witten of the Dallas Cowboys right there. Legend Series, followed by a Retro Series, Tony Vaselli of the Jacksonville Jaguars to Haley. And then we're going to have a Trey Lance auto out of 299 of the San Francisco 49ers. And that is going to be going to Cynthia with the San Francisco 49ers. Allen Robinson of the Bears, followed by Evan Ingram of the Giants, Derek Brown of the Panthers, Matt Stafford of the Rams. Then we're going to have Darius Leonard of the Colts right there. Darius Leonard of the Colts photo variation, followed by Darren Sorensen of the Chiefs. Then we have Luke Farrell of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Luke Farrell of the Jacksonville Jaguars, followed by a die-cut Chuba Hubbard rated rookie. Die-cut Chuba Hubbard rated rookie out of 25 of the Carolina Panthers. And that is going to T-Man. And then we're going to have a Donruss the Rookies Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars headed to Haley. Followed up by 2001 Antonio Gates of the San Diego Chargers. We have pulled a ton of Trey Lance out of the Donruss so far. I mean, with the three of them last break being one. Lawrence Taylor of the Giants, Cole Beasley of the Bills, Jalen Ramsey of the Rams, Matt Ryan of the Falcons. Then we have a Peyton Manning of the Indianapolis Colts. Peyton Manning of the Colts right there. Clyde Edwards-Helaire of the Chiefs. Then we have a Brevin Jordan rated rookie of the Houston Texans, followed by a Ndamukong Suh out of 75 of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to T-Man. And that is going to be a silver die cut, followed by Bill Romanowski Elite Series rookies right there. Bill Romanowski Elite Series rookies right there. Or Elite Series, not rookies, sorry. And then a Retro Series Warren Moon. That'll be a really interesting game. I think if Mac wins, you're going to have a lot. Steph Gilmore of the Patriots, Marquise Brown of the Ravens, Justin Herbert of the Chargers, John Bostic of the Washington Football Team, and DeAndre Hopkins of the Arizona Cardinals with that photo variation right there. And then we have Tom Brady of the Patriots, followed by Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers. Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers. We have the Fletcher Cox press proof of the Philadelphia Eagles right there. And then we have the rookies Devonta Smith. The rookies Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles going right there. And then we have Kurt Warner of the Los Angeles or the St. Louis Rams right there. And what I'm going to do for everyone that for this break is we will later tonight we will run a pick your division, and the 8 people that had that from the original division random will everyone in this break will get a free spot in that, since Haley was the 9th one, and we'll keep that original one for all of you. So we will run that break towards the end of the night here. I'm very, very apologetic about it, and Rob Gronkowski of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers photo variation right there. Joe Sherbert of the Jaguars, followed by Azeez Olahari of the New York Giants. Obviously, if depending on other picks, that may not make things right, and I will continue to try to figure out ways to fix this problem. I'm very sorry about that. Jacob Harris of the Los Angeles Rams going to Cynthia, followed by a Josh Palmer of the Los Angeles Chargers. Josh Palmer of the Los Angeles Chargers Elite Series rookies. And then we have the champ is here, Devin White. The champ is here, Devin White right there. And that is going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Darren Waller of the Raiders. Then we have George Kittle of the 49ers. Romeo Okwara of the Lions. Marshawn Lattimore of the Saints. And then we have a Henry Ruggs photo variation of the Raiders, followed by Shaquille Griffith of the Jaguars. Nico Collins of the Houston Texans right there, going to Haley. Then we have a no-name, that's the Washington, a linebacker from Washington, that's John Bostic, little right there. And then a Dominators of the Cleveland Browns for Baker Mayfield right there. And then we have a 2001 Terrell Davis of the Denver Broncos. Thank you, Curtis. I appreciate that. I mean, we try to make things right here. We focus on the customer, and that should have never happened. We have 3 sets of eyes on it, and we should have caught it somewhere along the way. And at the end of the day, the buck stops with me because I'm the one breaking, and I should have realized there was 9 names when I put them into the randomizer. Myles Garrett of the Browns, Dallas Goedert of the Eagles, following up with Jeff Okudah of the Lions and Mike Gesicki of the Dolphins. Then we have Travis Kelce with that photo variation of the Kansas City Chiefs right there. Zadarius Smith of the Green Bay Packers. Then we have Jamin Davis of the Washington Football Team, followed up with Justin Tucker of the Ravens. And then we have Derrick Henry of the Tennessee Titans. Following that up with a highlights, Hassan Reddick of the Arizona Cardinals. I feel like Justin Fields could have the best career I can't believe that he's not starting week 1. That's just mind-blowing to me. Hakeem Hicks of the Bears, Leonard Williams of the Giants, Teddy Bridgewater of the Panthers, Aaron Donald of the Rams. We have a Tua photo variation right there, followed by Aaron Rodgers. Kylan Hill, a rated rookie of the Green Bay Packers, and that is going to Haley, followed by a red press-proof Zaven Collins of the Arizona Cardinals. And then we have the rookies, Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings, going to Haley. And then a 2001 throwback, Phil Simms. Yeah, Adam Gase, people thought he was a quarterback guru because he was the offensive coordinator for Peyton Manning in Denver. It's how you're the offensive coordinator for either the best or the second best quarterback of all time. That had nothing to do with Gase. Tre'Davious White of the Bills, followed by James White of the Patriots, DeAndre Hopkins of the Cardinals, Mo Cox of the Colts. Then we have a Chase Young photo variation of the Washington football team, followed up by Dak Prescott. Then we have Rashad Bateman of the Baltimore Ravens going to Zach, followed by a little no-name, and that is going to be David Montgomery of the Chicago Bears, followed by an Elite Series Ronald Jones of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers as well. And then we have the champ is here, Cameron Brate, right there when it goes of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I appreciate those kind words there, T-Man. In other news today, I received a package. The first 3, which were the express PSAs, have arrived, and we will be mailing those out. Either I'll be emailing you to see if you want to insure them. If you don't, we'll be mailing them out with your packages on Monday. So you'll be looking for that email this weekend. There's only 3 though. I know Mr. CEO's one of them. And then I'm not going to know the 2 others off the top of my head, but those came in the mail today. So that is awesome news. As for the people who had value, Jalen Hurts photo variation right there, the value services and things of that nature, there still hasn't been much movement on those. I mean, the Express took 7 months. Pete Werner of the New Orleans Saints right there, followed by a press proof Jesse Bates of the Bengals, and that is going to Zach right there. And then we're going to have a Dominators DJ Chark of the Jaguars, followed by a 2001 Jim Kelly throwback of the Buffalo Bills going to Steven. Deebo Samuel of the 49ers, followed by a Derrick Henry of the Titans, TJ Hawkinson of the Lions. Then we have Mr. Drew Brees with that photo variation right there of the New Orleans Saints. Then we have James Robinson of the Jaguars, followed by Trey Sermon of the San Francisco 49ers. And then we're going to have a Justin Fields rated rookie right there of the Chicago Bears. I am not sure what hit that was, but that looks big. Trying to find something on this. Justin Fields right there. Nice hit. 1 second, folks. Great. Seems like a great hit. I can't even get a name for that anywhere. I apologize about that. And that is going to Haley. And that is getting us Sizzle Sticker. And then we have Nico Collins rated rookie of the Houston Texans going to Haley, followed by a Power Formulas Alvin Kamara of the New Orleans Saints. New Orleans Saints going to T-Man. And then we have a Donruss highlights Odell Beckham Jr. of the Cleveland Browns, and that is going to be going to Zach. Then we have Olivia Vernon getting started, Fletcher Cox right there. And then we're going to have the Saquon Barkley photo variation of the Giants, followed by Marquez Valdez-Scantling of the Packers, Jalen Phillips of the Miami Dolphins, right there. And then we're going to have a Barry Sanders of the Detroit Lions. Barry Sanders of the Lions out of 500, followed by the rookies Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers and Jerome Bettis of the 2001 throwback right there. Kareem Hunt of the Browns, Miles Sanders of the Eagles, Tua of the Dolphins, Sam Darnold of the Panthers, followed by a Tom Brady photo variation of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Then we're going to have Javian Hawkins of the Atlanta Falcons going to T-Man, followed by the Tom Brady 370th career touchdown pass, and then a Gridiron Kings Brett Favre right there. And then we have an Elite Series rookies, Zach Wilson of the New York Jets. Zach Wilson of the New York Jets with that Elite Series rookies right there. And then a Retro Series, Barry Sanders of the Detroit Lions. Darius Slayton of the Giants, Kenneth Murray of the Chargers, Larry Fitzgerald of the Cardinals. Then we're going to have a Brett Favre, followed by a Randy Moss photo variation, and then it's going to be Mr. Zach Wilson of the New York Jets going to Steven. And then we have a red rated press proof Olivier Vernon of the Browns, following that up with a Detroit Lions Dominators Jared Goff. Right, and then a 2001 throwback, Bruce Smith, 2 throwback right there of the Buffalo Bills. And here we go. Javian Hawkins of the Atlanta Falcons headed to T-Man. The rookies, Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers, Jalen Phillips of the Miami Dolphins, Nico Collins Portraits of the Houston Texans, Trey Sermon of the 49ers, Pete Warner of the Saints, Rashad Bateman of the Ravens, the rookies, Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings right there, followed by a red press proof Zavine Collins, Kylan Hill of the Packers, Jermaine Davis of the Washington Football Team, Nico Collins of the Texans, Josh Palmer, Elite Series rookie of the Chargers, followed by Jacob Harris of the Rams, Azeez Olahari of the Giants, Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Panthers, Brevin Jordan of the Texans, Luke Farrell of the Jaguars. We have a Kyle Pitts, Gridiron Kings of the Atlanta Falcons, Christian Barmore of the Patriots, Simi Fiuku of the Cowboys, Chatarius Tutu Atwell of the Rams, Kenny Nwangu out of 100 of the Vikings, Ian Book of the Saints, Frank Darby out of 500 of the Falcons, Frank Darby of the Falcons, Kenny Nwangu of the Vikings. Okie dokie. Let's run down our hits. We have the Chuba Hubbard out of 25. Chuba Hubbard out of 25 with that gold press proof die cut. And then we've got some rookies. We have Zach Wilson of the New York Jets Elite Series rookies. The rookies, Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Then we have 2 bases, Justin Fields and Zach Wilson. Then we have the passing the torch, Des Bryant and CeeDee Lamb headed to Mr. CEO with the Dallas Cowboys. And then, oh boy, did we have some rookie QB hits here. We have the Trey Lance out of 299 of the San Francisco 49ers going to Cynthia. And then Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears with those fireworks super short print headed to Haley. And we will be back in 5 minutes because we have to talk through doing that pick your division and setting that up with everyone right there. We'll be back in 5 minutes with our next break of Donruss Football. All right, folks, we are back. We are going to do our next keyword giveaway, and then we're going to get right into this team random. And so that pick your division that will be the original spots that we saw there is going to be roughly at about 12:30 tonight, 12:30 tomorrow morning. Alrighty, financial is the keyword. Ozark. Ozark is correct. Michael's got it. And that's going to be a Prism Draft Picks basketball. Global Prospects LaMelo Ball, followed by Jameis Ramsey. Then we have Robert Woodard and another LaMelo Ball. Nice pack for Michael right there with that Prism Draft Picks. Nice hit right there. Alrighty. And with that, here we go, folks. This is break 1151, the 2021 Donruss Football Hobby Team Random. 11 times on that randomization. Done. And let's see what we've got here. Alrighty, we'll let those teams scroll through. Looks like we have Sean with the Jaguars. Then we have Scott with the Bears. The New England Patriots going to Haley, and the New York Jets are going to be heading to Dave, and then the 49ers are going to Joe. This pack is extra thick right off the bat. We're going to have a John Elway of the Broncos to get started with those vets right there. We're going to have Zeke Elliott. Then we have that Joe Namath with that photo variation, followed by a little Kylen Granison of the Indianapolis Colts. Kylen Granison of the Indianapolis Colts, followed by a Justin Fields Portraits rated rookie of the Chicago Bears going to Scott right there. Then we have the Power Rankings DeAndre Swift of the Detroit Lions, following that up with Ronald Jones, the second highlights of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And here we go. It is going to be a DJ Chark with the 4-color patch Jersey Kings out of 100. And that is a thick card. And make sure all caps on those codes as well. Can't wait to see some Josh Allen in person on Sunday. Super excited for that. Then we have the Alvin Kamara of the Saints, followed up by Dwame Brown of the Washington football team going to Haley. And then we have the press proof James Robinson of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Sean, followed up by the rookies Jacob Harris of the Rams heading to Justin. And then a 2001 throwback Mark Brunell right there of the Jacksonville Jaguars. I feel like Donruss is loaded with Jacob Harris too. I feel like I've pulled a lot of him. Cam Newton of the Patriots, Antoine Winfield of the Bucks, Jerome Baker of the Dolphins, Robbie Anderson of the Panthers, DJ Chark of the Jags, and then we have a Josh Jacobs photo variation of the Las Vegas Raiders right there, followed by Alex Leatherwood of the Las Vegas Raiders, rated rookie right there. And then we have the out of 75, Austin Eckler of the Chargers. Austin Eckler of the Chargers right there with that silver press proof die cut. Following that up, we have an Elite Series TJ Hawkinson of the Detroit Lions, and then a Retro Series Jim Kelly of the Buffalo Bills. Delvin Cook of the Vikings, Quandre Diggs of the Seahawks, Leonard Floyd of the Rams, Russell Gage of the Falcons, Darnell Savage of the Packers, followed by a Jonathan Taylor right there of the Indianapolis Colts. Then we have Demetric Felton of the Cleveland Browns, rated rookie, followed by a press proof out of 100, Josh Allen of the Buffalo Bills going to Steven. And then we have a little Dominators, A.J. Brown of the Tennessee Titans, and a Drew Brees of the New Orleans Saints. Derek Carr of the Raiders, Richard Sherman of the 49ers to get started right there. Then we got L'Jarius Sneed and then an Aaron Donald of the Rams with that photo variation. And then we're going to have a Trevor Lawrence rated rookie base right there of the Jacksonville Jaguars. And that is going to be heading to Sean. Following that up, we have a Gridiron Kings Aaron Rodgers, followed by an Elite Series rookies, Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Haley as well. And then we have a Retro Series, Randy Moss of the Minnesota Vikings going to Double M. And here we go. Our hit here is going to be a rookie Phoenix Trey Lance rookie patch auto out of 99. And that is going to Joe. What a hit right there. Oh, baby. Back-to-back Roxes with back-to-back Trey Lances. I am wondering if we went from 4 out of 399 to out of 99. Does that mean the next Donruss box we have coming up right here with that Pick Your Team will have a 1-of-1 Trey Lance in it? Bradley Chubb right there to get started. Keep getting exponentially better throughout the night. Then we're going to have a Kyler Murray of the Arizona Cardinals to Haley, followed up with a Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons. Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons to Dakota. And then it's an Alvin Kamara press proof of the New Orleans Saints. Alvin Kamara press proof of the New Orleans Saints. And then we have an action David Bacarty of the Green Bay Packers, followed by a 2001 throwback Phillip Rivers of the Chargers. David Montgomery, Daniel Jones right there. Jared Goff of the Lions. Chase Claypool of the Steelers, and then Christian McCaffrey of the Carolina Panthers with that variation of Khalil Herbert rated rookie of the Bears, and that is going to Scott, followed by a no-name Travis Kelce of the Chiefs right there, and that is going to be headed to Cynthia. And then we have the Legends series, Randy Moss of the Minnesota Vikings going to Double M, followed by a Patrick Mahomes road to the Super Bowl of the Kansas City Chiefs going to Cynthia. They have downtowns. Aaron Rodgers of the Green Bay Packers going to Haley, followed up by Dwayne Eskridge, rated rookie of the Seattle Seahawks, and that's going to Steven. And then it is an out of 500, Mark Andrews of the Baltimore Ravens going to Scott, followed by the rookies Kene Nwangu of the Minnesota Vikings, and then a 2001 Steve Largent of the Seattle Seahawks. Levante David of the Buccaneers, followed by Dan Marino of the Dolphins, Jeremy Chin of the Panthers. We have Ben Roethlisberger of the Steelers, the Justin Herbert photo variation right there of the Chargers as well. Then we have Elijah. Holy moly. We're going to have a hit.
Is it 13, 15, 10, 40?
Yeah.
Not 13.
No. Elijah Vera Tucker of the Jets. And then we're going to have the Davis Mills portraits. Davis Mills portraits right there. And then we're going to have a Josh Allen Elite Series of the Buffalo Bills going to Steven. Followed up by a Levante David. The champ is here going to Steven right there with the Buccaneers. And then we're going to have Steven getting that good karma because of what happened in the last break. Here it comes. It is a super short print right there. And it is going to be a Nite Moves Russell Wilson of the Seattle Seahawks. Nite Moves Russell Wilson of the Seattle Seahawks. Nice hit right there. That is a very, very pretty hit. A 2020 version of this card went for $400. Yeah, with the combination of the insert and the jersey definitely gets that sizzle sticker. Nice hit right there. Kirk Cousins of the Vikings, Bobby Wagner of the Seahawks, Robert Woods of the Rams, Foye Olokin of the Falcons, followed by Aaron Jones of the Packers. And then we have a George Kittle photo variation of the San Francisco 49ers going to Joe, followed by Jacob Harris of the Los Angeles Rams going to Justin. And then we have Deebo Samuel of the San Francisco 49ers. Deebo Samuel of the San Francisco 49ers with that red press proof, followed by the Dominators, Rob Gronkowski of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to Haley. And then we have a 2001 Terry Bradshaw throwback of the Pittsburgh Steelers. And folks, if you are tuning in for 2021 Absolute Baseball Break 1309, we are running about 30 minutes behind this evening. About 30 minutes behind due to some these Donruss football just take a little longer than I gave them on the schedule, so I apologize about that. Then we have the Tyson Campbell rated rookie. After that, we have the 456th Tom Brady career touchdown passing. Pass right there. Following that up with a all-time Joe Thomas of the Browns, the Gridiron Kings right there. Followed up by a Power Formulas Travis Kelce of the Chiefs. And then we have a Chase Young highlights of the Washington football team going to Haley. Let's see where we're at on it. We have Von Miller of the Denver Broncos, followed by Jalen Hurts of the Eagles. We have Darius Leonard of the Colts, Alvin Kamara of the Saints. Then we have a Russell Wilson with that photo variation of the Seahawks. Russell Wilson, that photo variation of the Seahawks, Amari Cooper. And then we have Landon Dickerson of the Philadelphia Eagles. Landon Dickerson of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Haley with that rated rookie. And then we have Patrick Queen out of 40 of the Baltimore Ravens going to Scott. And then we have the rookies, Nico Collins of the Houston Texans, followed by Ray Lewis of the Baltimore Ravens. Ray Lewis of the Baltimore Ravens going to Scott. Devin Singletary of the Bills right there. Followed by a Tyreek Hill of the Chiefs. And then we have that Lamar Jackson of the Baltimore Ravens. Unfortunately, that 20% off is the most I can do. The most I can do. Kelvin Johnson of the Cowboys. Followed by Adrian Amos out of 50. Adrian Amos out of 50 of the Green Bay Packers. That gold press proof. And then we're going to have a Legend Series, Ray Lewis of the Baltimore Ravens. Ray Lewis of the Baltimore Ravens, followed by an inducted Alan Faneca of the New York Jets. And that is heading to David. J.K. Dobbins of the Ravens, followed by Stephon Diggs of the Bills. Then we have Brandon Cooks of the Texans, A.J. Brown of the Titans. We have Minkah Fitzpatrick of the Steelers. We have the Devontae Adams of the Packers right there, followed by Zavin Collins of the Arizona Cardinals, headed to Haley, followed up by a Marquez Stevenson Portraits rated rookie of the Buffalo Bills going to Steven. Then we have the Action All-Pro Bobby Wagner of the Seattle Seahawks headed to Steven as well. And then a 2001 throwback, and that is Brian Urlacher of the Chicago Bears going to Scott. Hunter Henry of the Patriots, Ndamukong Suh of the Bucks, Chad Johnson of the Bengals, Xavier Howard of the Dolphins, T.J. Watt of the Steelers, and Odell Beckham Jr. With the Browns going to Cynthia. And then we're going to have Amir Smith-Marset of the Minnesota Vikings going to Double M, followed by Chuba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers headed to Shannon. And then we have the Elite Series, George Kittle, followed by the Super Bowl MVPs, Tom Brady. And again, folks, if you're here for the Absolute Baseball, we are running a bit behind. You can see it is scheduling to break at 11:05. Adam Thielen of the Vikings, Jamal Adams of the Seahawks, Brian Burns of the Panthers, Johnny Hecker of the Rams, Keelan Cole of the Jets, followed by a John Elway photo variation. And then we're going to have a Javon Holland of the Miami Dolphins. Javon Holland of the Miami Dolphins, rated rookie, followed by a Kelvin Joseph, red press proof rated rookie of the Dallas Cowboys, headed to Cynthia. Then we have the Denver Broncos, the rookies, Javonte Williams of the Denver Broncos, followed by a 2001 John Elway. Thrilled to hear that, T-Man. That was a great pull out of that Contenders Optic. And I feel like we could get some great pulls out of this Contenders Optic. Max Crosby of the Raiders, Russell Wilson of the Seahawks, Michael Vick of the Falcons, Mike Williams of the Chargers. Then we have Jamison Crowder, followed by Patrick Mahomes of the Kansas City Chiefs going to Cynthia. Then we have a little Kadarius Toney rated rookie of the Giants, followed by the Gridiron Kings rookies, Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings. Then we have an Elite Series rookies, Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals, followed by the champ is here, Leonard Fournette. We also have 2 spots left in a Pick Your Division for Don Russ as well. Melvin Gordon of the Broncos, Joe Montana of the 49ers, Kyler Murray of the Cardinals, Michael Pittman of the Colts, Michael Gallup of the Cowboys. Then we have Derrick Henry of the Tennessee Titans. Followed up by Carlos Boogie Basham, a rated rookie of the Buffalo Bills. And then we're going to have a Elijah Mitchell, rated rookie of the San Francisco 49ers, going to Joe, followed up by a Michael Thomas Dominators and a Brett Favre 2001 throwback. Alrighty, let's run these rookies down. Elijah Mitchell out of 500 of the 49ers, Carlos Boogie Basham of the Bills, the Elite Series rookies, Jamar Chase, Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings, Kadarius Toney of the New York Giants, Javonte Williams of the Broncos, Kelvin Joseph of the Cowboys, Javon Holland of the Dolphins, Chuba Hubbard of the Panthers, Amir Smith-Marset of the Minnesota Vikings, Marquez Stevenson of the Bills, Zaven Collins of the Cardinals, Calvin Joseph of the Cowboys, the rookies Nico Collins, Landon Dickerson of the Eagles, Tyson Campbell of the Jags, Jacob Harris of the Rams, Davis Mills of the Houston Texans, Leisure Vera Tucker of the Jets, Kene Nwangu of the Vikings, Dwayne Eskridge of the Seahawks, Khalil Herbert of the Bears, Kyle Pitts of the Falcons, Demetric Felton of the Browns, Alex Leatherwood of the Raiders, Jacob Harris of the Rams, Dwame Brown of the Washington Football Team, Colin Granderson of the Colts. And now on to the featured cards. First, we have our rookie QB hits, the base Trevor Lawrence of the Jaguars heading to Sean, and Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears headed to Scott. Then we have the Jersey Kings out of 100, DJ Chark of the Jaguars going to Sean. And here we go with some hits. First, the Nite moves, Russell Wilson, and then the rookie phenoms out of 99, Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers. Great hits right there to finish off this break. And that is the end of break 11:59. We'll be back in 3 minutes with break 13:59. Alrighty, folks, we are back here. We're getting ready for this 1359, but first type financial in the chat. It's just one box for the $40. Alrighty. Alrighty, John, can we get a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Philip Knox.
Philip, let's see what we've got here. We have a 2019 Donruss football. Randall Cunningham, Zeke Elliott, Doug Baldwin, followed up by LaShawn McCoy, Keenan Allen, Austin Hooper, Sam Darnold, and Christian Wilkins. Here we go. This is break 1359. Break 1359 of the 2021 Donruss Football One Box Pick Your Team. Adam Thielen of the Vikings, Jamal Adams of the Seahawks, Myles Gaskin of the Dolphins, DJ Moore of the Panthers, Devontae Adams with that photo variation of the Green Bay Packers as well, going to Tyler. And we have TJ Watt, following that up with a Christian Darrisaw of the Minnesota Vikings, followed by a red press-proof Zach Wilson of the New York Jets. Red press-proof Zach Wilson of the Jets. The Action All-Pros Aaron Rodgers right there. And then we have a 2001 throwback Barry Sanders. And the folks that were in break number 1150, 1364 will be the pick your division with the original divisions. Max Crosby of the Raiders, Russell Wilson right there, Hayden Hurst, an Odell Beckham Jr. photo variation right there, following that up with Keelan Cole of the Jets. And then we have a Jarrett Peterson of the Washington football team headed to Josh, followed by a Kyle Pitts out of 100. Kyle Pitts out of 100 of the Atlanta Falcons going to Phil. And then we have a Power Formulas right there going to Tua. And then we have a Retro Series Roger Staubach of the Dallas Cowboys. Melvin Gordon getting started right there. And we're going to have that John Elway throwback of the Denver Broncos, followed up by Jamison Crowder. Then we're going to have Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings and a Kyle Trask. What a pack right there of Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And then we have the Chubba Hubbard, the rookies of the Carolina Panthers, headed to Matt. That Kellen Mond of the Vikings headed to Haley. Kyle Trask of the Bucks going to Kenneth. And then Chubba Hubbard of the Panthers going to Matt. Sounds good, Jordy. And again, folks, if you're here for the Absolute Baseball or the Prism Baseball break, we are running a tad behind schedule, and you can see the times, the new times listed to the side of me. We have the Patrick Mahomes of the Chiefs. Then we have Chris Evans of the Bengals. Chris Evans of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Jordan. Happy birthday, Jordan, by the way. Happy birthday with that one. Then we have Henry Ruggs of the Raiders, followed by another Elite Series Henry Ruggs of the Las Vegas Raiders as well. And then we have a Shaquille Barrett. The champ is here of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. 1360. John will be updating that and putting it on the scroll shortly. And then we have a weight class random. Thanks for pointing that out, Shannon. Yeah, that sold out like about 20 minutes ago. I apologize about that. We were just scrambling with that other issue, so we got a little behind on updating the scroll. Derrick Henry of the Tennessee Titans with that photo variation right there. Then we have the Jatarius Tutu Atwell of the Los Angeles Rams, followed by Jesse Bates III of the Cincinnati Bengals headed to Jordan. And then we're going to have a George Kittle Dominators right there of the San Francisco 49ers, and a 2001 Randy Moss of the Minnesota Vikings. Oh, Cynthia, I'm sorry we will miss your birthday. That does stink for sure. Joe Namath of the New York Jets. Joe Namath of the New York Jets going to Lewis, followed by a Miles Jack of the Jaguars. Then we have J.C. Horn of the Carolina Panthers, and that is going to Matt, followed by a Barry Sanders of the Detroit Lions. Barry Sanders of the Detroit Lions right there with that Gridiron Kings, followed up by an Elite Series rookies, Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings going to Haley right there. And then we have the highlights, Russell Wilson of the Seattle Seahawks. Then we have Ryan Tannehill of the Titans, Barry Sanders of the Lions, and Aaron Rodgers photo variation right there. Yeah, let me think on that, and I'll definitely have an option for you, a one box code. Then we have Jamar Jefferson of the Detroit Lions, followed by a Javian Hawkins press proof of the Atlanta Falcons. Sorry about that. Of the Atlanta Falcons. Hit the wrong button right there. And then we have the 2001 throwback Mike Allstott of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That Contenders Optic down to 8 spots. Justin Herbert photo variation right there. Justin Herbert photo variation followed up by a Mac Jones. Mac Jones of the New England Patriots. And that is going to be headed to Kenneth. That base Mac Jones right there, followed by a no-name, and that is going to be Jalen Reagor of the Philadelphia Eagles, followed by the rookies Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals. Then we have an Elite Series rookies, Nico Collins of the Houston Texans, followed by the champ is here, Antonio Brown of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We have a George Kittle photo variation right there of the 49ers. And following that up with a Gary Brightwell of the New York Giants rated rookie. And then we're going to have Javon Holland out of 500 of the Miami Dolphins headed to Curtis. Followed by a Nick Chubb Dominators. Nick Chubb Dominators with the Cleveland Browns. Followed by a 2001 Larry Fitzgerald of the Arizona Cardinals headed to Harry. Well, Chris, then if you get 2 spots, you know you won't get the Pacers twice. Justin Fields of the Chargers, John Bostic. We're going to have a Russell Wilson of the Seahawks. Then we're going to have an Elijah Moore of the New York Jets. And that is going to Lewis, followed by Jamar Jefferson of the Dallas Cowboys. Followed by a Legend Series, Joe Namath of the New York Jets. And then we have a DeAndre Hopkins highlights of the Arizona Cardinals. We're going to have a little Adam Thielen right there of the Minnesota Vikings. And then it's going to be a Penei Sewell rated rookie of the Detroit Lions going to Lewis, followed up by a red press-proof Tom Brady of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And then we have Andre Johnson of the Houston Texans with that 2001 throwback right there. What a mess with the Houston Texans, too. I mean, I love that they're starting Tyrod Taylor, but I'm a big Tyrod Taylor fan. I thought he was a solid quarterback here in Buffalo. Like, he wasn't, I mean, he got us over the hump of the Taysom Hill of the New Orleans Saints right there. And then we have a little Kene Nwangwu of the Minnesota Vikings, followed up by a 204th career touchdown pass, Tommy Brady of the Patriots headed to Kenneth. A Gridiron Kings, Justin Jefferson of the Minnesota Vikings going to Haley right there. Following that up, we have the rookies, Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and that is going to Kenneth. Followed by Rich Gannon of the Oakland Raiders. And then we have a Retro Series Troy Aikman of the Dallas Cowboys. This Contenders Optic is moving. Would love to see that break tonight. That'd be super exciting. That'd be Alvin Kamara of the Saints. And then we have Ramondre Stevenson of the Patriots, followed by Tyson Campbell of the Jacksonville Jaguars out of 500. Then we have the rookies Anthony Schwartz of the Cleveland Browns going to Gavin, and Joe Namath of the New York Jets right there with that 2001 throwback. Like, I picked the Texans in my Survivor in my last man standing league this week because I was like, there's no chance I'll ever use them again. But I could see them beating the Jaguars. I mean, the Jaguars, yes, they got Trevor Lawrence, but they also have a lot of garbage on that team. Josh Jacobs of the Raiders right there. And then we're going to have Darnell Savage, Eric Stokes of the Green Bay Packers, Josh Palmer of the Chargers, followed by Legends Series, Brett Favre of the Green Bay Packers. Then we have a Retro Series, Terry Bradshaw of the Pittsburgh Steelers. And here we go. It's going to be a Jersey Kings, Aaron Jones out of 100. Aaron Jones out of 100 of the Green Bay Packers. And that is going to Tyler. Jonathan Taylor with right there. Then we have a little Michael Carter rated rookie. Michael Carter rated rookie of the New York Jets, followed by an Evan Ingram red press proof of the Giants. A Dominators Cam Newton of the New England Patriots. Then we have Steve Young with that 2001 throwback of the San Francisco 49ers. David Montgomery right there to get things started. And then we're going to have the Aaron Donald with that photo variation. Following that up with Travis Kelce. Then we have a Ben Skronik of the Los Angeles Rams. Followed up by a black press proof 2 out of 10. And that is going to be Rashawn Slater of the Los Angeles Chargers heading to Curtis. The Rob Gronkowski of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers right there, followed by a highlights Jerry Jeudy of the Denver Broncos. Highlights Jerry Jeudy of the Denver Broncos right there. Kyler Murray of the Cardinals. Chase Claypool. Then we have an Anthony Schwartz rated rookie, followed by a gold die cut press proof Tom Brady of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers headed to Kenneth. Then we have an action All-Pros Stephon Diggs of the Buffalo Bills going to Brad, followed by Javon Curse of the Tennessee Titans, 2001 throwback edition right there. Levante David of the Bucks, Kirk Cousins of the Vikings. Then we have Mark Ingram of the Texans, a little Christian McCaffrey of the Carolina Panthers right there, followed by Terry Bradshaw. Then we're going to have Caleb Farley of the Tennessee Titans. And then it's going to be a Retro Series auto, Bo Jackson out of 25 of the Las Vegas Raiders going to Danny. And then right after that, we're going to have a Gridiron Kings, Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears headed to Haley. No, we are a tad behind. I apologize about that. We are running behind right now. Power Formulas George Kittle. And then we have the Retro Series Paul Krause of the Minnesota Vikings. We are going to run this down. We have Caleb Farley of the Tennessee Titans, Anthony Schwartz of the Browns, Ben Skowronek of the Rams, Michael Carter of the Jets. You can also see the schedule right underneath my face to the right. It's a scrolling schedule right there. Josh Palmer of the Chargers, Eric Stokes of the Packers, the rookies, Anthony Schwartz of the Browns, Tyson Campbell out of 500, Ramondre Stevenson of the Patriots, Kyle Trask, the rookies of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Kene Nangwu of the Minnesota Vikings, Penei Sewell of the Lions, Elijah Moore of the Jaguars, Javon Holland out of 500 of the Miami Dolphins, Gary Brightwell of the Giants, Nico Collins of the Houston Texans, followed by the rookies, Jamar Chase of the Bengals, Javian Hawkins of Red Press Proof of the Falcons, Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings, J.C. Horn of the Panthers, Tutu Atwell of the Rams, Chris Evans of the Bengals, Chuba Hubbard of the Panthers, Kyle Trask of the Bucks, Kellen Mond of the Vikings, Kyle Pitts out of 100 of the Falcons, Jarrett Patterson of the Washington Football Team, and Christian Darrisaw of the Minnesota Vikings. And now on to the featured cards. First, we have our rookie quarterbacks. We have the Mac Jones. Then we have the Red Press Proof Zach Wilson and the Gridiron Kings Justin Fields. That Justin Fields headed to Haley. Mac Jones of the Patriots going to Kenneth, and Zach Wilson Red Press Proof of the Jets going to Lewis. And then we have two low numbered. We have the 2 out of 10 Rashawn Slater Black Press Proof and the 11 out of 25 Tom Brady Gold Die Cut Press Proof. And then our hits, memorabilia, and auto hit here. Bo Jackson with that Retro Series. Bo Jackson of the Raiders going to Danny. And then the Jersey Kings out of 100 Aaron Jones of the Green Bay Packers headed to Tyler. Alrighty, and we will be back in 5 minutes from BT Park. We are right back, and I am magging that Brady as we speak. Thank you, Mr. CEO, to let me know that that was deserving of a sizzle sticker. There we go. Alrighty. Here we go. This is break 1309, the 2021 Absolute Baseball Hobby One Box break. Kenta Maeda of the Minnesota Twins, Kyle Hendricks of the Cubs, Whit Merrifield of the Kansas City Royals, Corbin Burns of Milwaukee, Tyler Glasnow of Tampa Bay. Then we have Isaiah Kiner Falafel of the Texas Rangers, followed by a Christian Yelich of the Milwaukee Brewers heading to Phil. And then we have Pete Alonso of 149 going to the New York Mets. Our next memorabilia is going to be a Randy Arozarena Tools of the Trade of the Tampa Bay Rays, and that is going to be going to Jay. Following that up, we are going to have a Chris Bubik RC Auto right there, and that is out of 60. 4 out of 60 of the Kansas City Royals. And that is going to Mr. CEO. Jose Abreu of the Chicago White Sox, followed by Dansby Swanson of the Braves, Max Fried of the Braves, Frank Chance of Chicago, Cody Bellinger of the Dodgers. Then we're going to have a Max Scherzer out of 99 of the Washington Nationals going to Cynthia, followed by a rookie class, Dalton Varsho of the Arizona Diamondbacks. And then last but not least, we have Mr. Justin Verlander out of 149 of the Houston Astros headed to Greg. And then our third memorabilia is going to be a Tools of the Trade, Carlos Correa of the Houston Astros. And that is going to Greg. And then out of 60, it is going to be the Brent Rooker auto of the Minnesota Twins heading to T-Man. Alrighty, folks, let's run this down. We have the Justin Verlander out of 149 of the Houston Astros, Max Scherzer out of 99 of the Nationals, the Power Pete Alonso out of 149 of the Mets, statistically speaking, Christian Yelich of the Brewers, and an Isaiah Kiner Falafel out of 199 of the Rangers. And then we have a rookie class, Dalton Varsho of the Arizona Diamondbacks right there. And now on to our featured cards. We have two Tools of the Trade. The first one, the Tampa Bay Rays, Randy Arozarena and that is heading to Jay. And then a Carlos Correa of the Houston Astros heading to Greg. And then our next hits are both out of 60. And it is going to be Chris Bubik of the Kansas City Royals to Mr. CEO and Brent Rooker of the Minnesota Twins headed to T-Man. And with that, we are done with break 1309. We'll be right back with some Prism Baseball. Alrighty, we are back and ready to go. We have one team to auction off here, and it is going to be the Yankees. Bidding for the Yankees will start at $5 in increments of $1. Eight from Curtis, the current high bid. $20 from T-Man. T-Man, was that 20 only because of Curtis is 18 though? If it is, you can rebid, obviously. Yeah, so let's restart the bidding. 1 second here. All right, no, looks like T-Man's willing to go. T-Man with 27 for the Yankees here with this Prism Baseball. And we are going to start the countdown. Any bids within the 30 seconds will trigger a 15-second timer. Jack's with 30 right after the timer began, so we will be doing 15 seconds at the end of this one. $33 from T-Man, and we will start for the 15-second countdown. $37 from T-Man, and it looks like we'll be having another 15-second timer. $41 from T-Man, and we are going to be restarting. 15 seconds. $45 from Jax, the current high bid. $45 from Jax, $47 from T-Man. And we'll be starting the 15 seconds again. Jax with 50 for the Yanks here. And we'll have another 15 seconds on the clock. Jax gets him for 50. And there we go. Drop the link in the chat. Alrighty. Jax, you know what to do with that. And in the meantime, we will do our next keyword giveaway. Alrighty. You ready, John?
Yes.
Alrighty, our next keyword giveaway while we wait to receive that payment is soup. And 570 is sold out. John will get that loaded on the schedule. And we've received payment, so you can load the teams.
Okay.
No correct guesses yet.
And that's it.
Alrighty, that is it. And here we go. Phil, are you saying you sent them to sent it to us at BreakTraders, at the support at BreakTraders, or via eBay? Here we go. This is break 1310, the 2021 Prism Baseball One Box. Pick your team. Sounds good. I'll take a look at those after this show and get ready. Max Scherzer, followed by an Evan White RC of the Seattle Mariners. Evan White of the Seattle Mariners going to Leo, followed by Paul Goldschmidt of the St. Louis Cardinals, Alex Rodriguez of Seattle, Joey Gallo of Texas, Jacob deGrom of the New York Mets, followed by Kyle Lewis with that illumination. Kyle Lewis of the Seattle Mariners going to Leo. Then we have a Casey Mize RC of the Detroit Tigers, and that is going to Brian. Following that up with the baby blue and white Wyatt Madison RC of the Arizona Diamondbacks going to Chris. And then we have Lucas Giolito of the Chicago White Sox. Following that up, we have a Will Clark blue of the San Francisco Giants, and that is headed to Bobby and Marla. And then we have a San Diego Padres Haesung Kim rookie class of the Padres. Nice. Justin Turner of the Angels, of the Dodgers, Eloy Jimenez of the White Sox, Tyler Glasnow of Tampa Bay, and then we have the Joe Adell RC of the Los Angeles Angels. Los Angeles Angels right there. And then we have Cal Ripken Jr. of the Baltimore Orioles, followed by a fearless Bryce Harper right there. And then we have Will Clark of the San Francisco 49ers. or San Francisco Giants, sorry, misspoke right there. A Freddie Freeman with the blue donut circles out of 35 of the Atlanta Braves right there. Nice hit, and that is going to Charles. Followed up by the exclusive Alex Bregman blue and exclusive blues right there of the Astros, and then a Miguel Yajur of the Pittsburgh Pirates, and that is going to be going to Leo, followed by an Illumination Joe Adele of the Los Angeles Angels, followed by a Sluggers Will Myers of the San Diego Padres. Andrew Vaughn of the Chicago White Sox RC, followed by Devi Garcia of the New York Yankees, heading to Jax, followed by Manny Machado of the Padres, Jorge Mateo of the San Diego Padres RC right there, Willie McCovery of the San Francisco Giants, a Nate Pearson RC of the Toronto Blue Jays going to Phil, followed by Sandy Koufax of the Dodgers, and then we're going to have an Estevan Florial rookie autograph, and that is heading to Jax. And then we have the blue exclusive Keegan Aiken RC of the Baltimore Orioles going to Josh, and an Edward Olivares RC of that exclusive blue going to the Kansas City Royals. Followed up, we have Justin Turner of the Los Angeles Angels, and then an emergent Jason Dominguez of the New York Yankees headed to Jax. Bobby Dalbach RC of the Boston Red Sox going to Cynthia. Then we have a little DJ LeMahieu of the New York Yankees. DJ LeMahieu of the Yankees. Ozzie Smith of the St. Louis Cardinals. Freddie Freeman of the Atlanta Braves. Followed by Alejandro Kirk of the Toronto Blue Jays. And then we have Brandon Lowe of the Tampa Bay Rays. A old school Ralph Kiner of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Tariq Skubal of the Detroit Tigers RC. Following that up, we have that blue exclusive Adonis Medina RC of the Philadelphia Phillies, followed by an old school Eddie Matthews of the Milwaukee Brewers. And then we got a blue Zach Plesac of the Cleveland Guardians, followed by a stargazing Bryce Harper of the Phillies. Justin Verlander, followed by a Logan Gilbert RC of the Seattle Mariners. Then we have Mr. Charlie Blackmon of the Colorado Rockies, following that up with a Josh Fleming RC of the Tampa Bay Rays. Josh Fleming of the Tampa Bay Rays going to Mr. CEO. Then we have Shane Bieber of the Cleveland Guardians, followed up by a Nolan Arenado Fearless of the St. Louis Cardinals. And then we're going to have a of the St. Louis Cardinals right there going to Matt. And then we're going to have a Nick Nieder of the Miami Marlins. Nick Nieder of the Miami Marlins going to Charles. Following that up with a Dustin May Red Wave of the Los Angeles Dodgers going to Mr. CEO. A Yerman Mercedes of the Chicago White Sox headed to Charles. And then we have the silver blue exclusive Giancarlo Stanton of the New York Yankees to Jax, followed by a red Joey Gallo of the Texas Rangers going to Jacob. And then we have a fireworks Francisco Lindor of the New York Yankees, and that is going to of the New York Mets, and that is going to Joshua. Joshua, welcome to BreakTraders. Thanks for joining us for your first break with us. Brandon Woodruff of the Milwaukee Brewers, Clark Schmidt of the New York Mets, New York Yankees. Then we have Mike Schmidt of the Phillies, followed by Nate Pearson of the Toronto Blue Jays going to Phil. Then we have Dylan Carlson of the St. Louis Cardinals headed to Matt, followed by an Illumination Cody Bellinger of the Los Angeles Dodgers. Then we have a Dane Dunning RC of the Texas Rangers, followed by an old school Rod Carew. And then we're going to have a Ketel Marte with that blue exclusive, followed by Starling Marte, blue exclusive of the Miami Marlins, followed up by a Jose Barrios, a red of the Minnesota Twins, and then a rookie class Joey Bart of the San Francisco Giants. And folks, if you're enjoying our baseball, we have 30% off more baseball breaks. 30% off all of our baseball breaks this evening. Alex Manoah, RC of the Toronto Blue Jays, followed by Tucker Davidson of the Atlanta Braves. Then we have Nolan Arenado of the St. Louis Cardinals, followed by Letty Tavares of the Texas Rangers going to Jacob, followed by Rafael Marchand of the Phillies. Then we have Wet Merrifield of the Kansas City Royals, followed by an Aaron Judge stained glass of the Yankees. No. Followed by Juan Soto of the Nationals. Then we just Anthony Rizzo with that blue exclusive right there, followed by Anole Paredes RC of the Houston Astros as well. Then we have Shane Bieber of the Cleveland Guardians, followed by a Sluggers Luke Vogt of the New York Yankees. And John, I'm going to need penny sleeves.
Wow.
Mike Yastrzemski of the Giants, followed by Luis Garcia of the Houston Astros. Then we have a Rhys Hoskins of the Philadelphia Phillies, following that up with Willie Stargell of the Pirates, Babe Ruth of the Yankees, Randy Arozarena Illumination of the Tampa Bay Rays, followed by Yadier Molina of the St. Louis Cardinals, an Illumination Pete Alonso out of 100 right there of the New York Mets going to Josh, and then a Tim Anderson blue exclusive of the White Sox right there. And then an Alex Kirilloff hobby exclusive blue of the Minnesota Twins right there. Found that up, we have a red Ivan Rodriguez of the Texas Rangers, and then a rookie class Casey Mize of the Detroit Tigers headed to Brian. Albert Pujols of the Angels, followed by a Joey Bart RC of the San Francisco Giants. Then we have Javier Baez of the Chicago Cubs, followed by Miguel Yajur of the Pittsburgh Pirates, Starling Marte of the Miami Marlins. Following that up, we're going to have a Rod Carew Old School. Rod Carew Old School of the California Angels, now the Los Angeles Angels. And then we're going to have a little Aaron Judge. Aaron Judge of the New York Yankees, a blue, exclusive blue Ivan Rodriguez of the Rangers, and Javier Baez of the Cubs, followed by a silver JT Realmuto of the Phillies. And then a championship stage of the Jake Arrieta of the Chicago Cubs. And folks, if you are here for break 1311 through 1314, we are just running a little behind, and you can see the new schedule on the bottom. And then here we go. It is a pro penmanship Brutusar Gratterall of the Los Angeles Dodgers headed to Mr. CEO. Noah Syndergaard of the Mets, followed by Brooks Robinson of the Baltimore Orioles. Then we're going to have a Victor Gonzalez of the Los Angeles Dodgers right there. RC, followed by Giancarlo Stanton of the New York Yankees. Then we have an Edward Olivares of the Kansas City Royals RC going to Chris. Following that up with an Alex Kirilloff RC of the Minnesota Vikings, a fearless Francisco Lindor of the New York Mets. Then we have TJ Antoine of the Cincinnati Reds right there, followed by a Jose Barrios blue exclusive of the Minnesota Twins. Then a fearless Washington Nationals, followed by a blue Ken Griffey Jr. of the Seattle Mariners right there. And then a Lumber Inc. Pete Alonso of the New York Mets. I'm sure that will that 1361 will sell out tonight. We have Jose Garcia of the Cincinnati Reds, followed by Ramon Urias of the Baltimore Orioles. Then we have Mr. Walker Buehler of the Los Angeles Dodgers, followed by Johan Ovidio of the St. Louis Cardinals. Then we have Tyler Stevenson of the Cincinnati Reds, followed by Ronald Acuna Jr. Stained glass of the Atlanta Braves going to Charles, followed by Keston Hiura of the Brewers, a red fearless, and that's going to be Joey Gallo of the Texas Rangers, followed by a Sixto Sanchez blue exclusive RC of the Miami Marlins right there, a Cal Ripken of the Baltimore Orioles going to Josh, followed by a red Sixto Sanchez RC of the Miami Marlins headed to Charles, and then we have this stargazing Juan Soto of the Washington Nationals. And we're on to our last pack here. Ramon Laureano of the Oakland Athletics, Trevor Bauer of the Dodgers, a Mickey Moyniak RC of the Philadelphia Phillies going to Michael, followed by Jesus Sanchez RC of the Miami Marlins headed to Charles, Nick Montagrill RC of the Chicago White Sox going to Charles as well. We have an Illumination Joey Bart. Illumination Joey Bart of the San Francisco Giants, and that's going to Bobby and Marla. Kenta Maeda of the Minnesota Twins, that blue exclusive Taylor Trammell RC of the Seattle Mariners, followed up by a Joe Adele blue exclusive of the Los Angeles Angels. Then we have Mr. Paul Goldschmidt Silver of the St. Louis Cardinals, followed by a stargazing Jose Abreu of the Chicago White Sox. And here we go. Our auto is going to be a Rafael Marchand blue exclusive out of 25 of the Philadelphia Phillies heading to Michael. Alrighty, let's run these downs. Joe Adele of the Los Angeles Angels, followed by Tyler Trammell of the Seattle Mariners. Then we have Sixto Sanchez of the Miami Marlins, Sixto Sanchez again of the Miami Marlins, a rookie class Casey Mize, an Alex Kirilloff a blue exclusive of the Minnesota Twins, Joey Bart of the Giants, Herman Mercedes of the White Sox, Adonis Medina of the Phillies, an emergent Jason Dominguez of the Yankees, Edward Olivares of the Royals, Keegan Aitken of the Orioles, Miguel Yajur of the Pirates, a rookie class Hyun Kim of the Padres, and Wyatt Madison of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Here we go. We have the Freddie Freeman out of 35 of the Atlanta Braves headed to Charles. Following that up, we've got some autos. We have the Brudisar Gratterall, the Estevan Florial, and the out of 25 Rafael Marchand. Rafael Marchand of the Phillies heading to Michael. Estevan Florial headed to Jax the Ripper. And Brudisar Gratterall of the Los Angeles Dodgers going to Mr. CEO. And with that, we are done with break 1310. We will be right back from BT Field with some certified football. We have some certified football. Before we dive into that, put suit into the chat. Type suit in the chat to be entered to win. All right, can we get a countdown, John?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is T-Man.
T-Man winning the giveaway, and he's getting a Marvel Civil War pack. We have the Captain America upper deck right there, followed with the Ant-Man, and then it's going to be the American Patriot, the Patriot, I think his name is, with the dog tag right there. Those cards are fun. I can't wait. Those Space Jam cards were supposed to come out in July and have been pushed back to October because I've got those for giveaways as well. Alrighty, here we go with some Panini Certified Hobby 1 box. This is break 1311. James Robinson of the Jaguars, followed by a Christian Barmore out of 299 of the New England Patriots, headed to Kevin. Following that up with a dark horse, Delvin Cook of the Minnesota Vikings, going to Haley. And then we have Aaron Rodgers of the Packers and David Johnson of the Texans. Jonnu Smith of the Patriots. Then we have a Jalen Hurts of the Philadelphia Eagles with that graffiti headed to Michael. Michael, thank you. Welcome to BreakTraders. Followed by Tyler Lockett of the Seahawks and Saquon Barkley of the Giants. And then our memorabilia is going to be a Dwame Brown out of 299 headed to Rudy. T-Man has the jokes tonight. Kyler Murray of the Cardinals, followed by Damian Harris out of 299 of the New England Patriots, heading over to Kevin, followed by a Josh Jacobs out of 199 of the Raiders, going to Rudy. And then we have a little Mike Evans of the Buccaneers and Patrick Mahomes of the Kansas City Chiefs. David Montgomery of the Bears, a Sam Darnold out of 249 of the Carolina Panthers, going to Dan. And then we have a Christian McCaffrey of the Carolina Panthers as well, heading to Dan. Following that up with Marlon Humphrey of the Ravens and Aaron Jones of the Green Bay Packers. We have Chase Claypool of the Steelers, followed by Yamin Davis of the Washington football team out of 249 to Rudy. Then we have a seal of approval, Myles Garrett of the Cleveland Browns going to Jose. And then we got Michael Pittman of the Colts and Tom Brady of the Buccaneers. It sure is. Right around 1 or probably... Oh, it's going to be pretty late there. 2 a.m. Robbie Anderson of the Panthers, Derrick Henry of the Titans. Then out of 149, we have J.K. Dobbins of the Baltimore Ravens with that graffiti heading to Josh, followed by Clyde Edwards-Helaire of the Chiefs and Josh Allen of the Buffalo Bills. Aaron Donald of the Rams, a little Jeff Okudah out of 149 of the Detroit Lions headed to Steven, followed by Stars, Nick Chubb of the Browns. Then we have Mr. Miles Sanders of the Eagles and Elvin Kamara of the Saints. Dak Prescott, followed by a gold team, Jonathan Taylor of the Colts, followed by Kylan Hill of the Chiefs and DK Metcalf of the Seahawks. And here we go. It is going to be a Devin Duvernay out of 99. Devin Duvernay out of 99. And that is going to be Baltimore Ravens heading to Josh. And yes, it looks like... Break 1361 did sell out. We will get that on the schedule here in just a moment. Julio Jones of the Falcons. And here we go. The auto is going to be a Mirror Signatures Caden Smith of the New York Giants. And that is going to be heading to Rudy. Followed by James Robinson. James Robinson of the Jacksonville Jaguars graffiti right there. And then we have a Daniel Jones of the Giants, followed by J.K. Dobbins of the Ravens. Justin Herbert of the Chargers, followed by a Trey Sermon rookie patch auto out of 199, the freshman fabrics, and that is going to be heading to Rudy. And then we have a Los Angeles Rams Aaron Donald headed gold team headed to Rudy as well, followed by Odell Beckham of the Browns and Travis Kelce of the Kansas City Chiefs. And here we go. Let's run these rookies down. Yamin Davis of the Washington football team to Rudy. Damian Harris of the New England Patriots to Kevin. Christian Barmore out of 299 of the Patriots going to Kevin as well. And now on to the featured cards. First, veterans, we have Caden Smith of the New York Giants out of 125 headed to Rudy, and Devin Duvernay with the three-color patch out of 99 of the Baltimore Ravens headed to Josh. And then we have two rookie patches. One's a rookie patch auto to finish out this break. Dwayne Brown of the Washington football team going to Rudy, and Trey Sermon of the 49ers also headed to Rudy. And with that, we are done with break 1311. We're going to take a 5-minute break and we'll be back with some Chronicles football. Alrighty, folks, we are back with some Chronicles football. And right before we do that, we will do our next keyword giveaway. And that is going to be cop. No correct guesses yet.
Brooklyn 99.
Huh?
Have you ever seen Brooklyn 99?
Oh, yeah.
But not correct.
No correct guesses to date yet. And that is the end of keyword guessing, which means it is the beginning of 13-12. The Chronicles draft picks, one box, pick your team. We have Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles. Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles headed to Sean. And then we're going to have a Chatarius Tutu Atwell of the Los Angeles Rams, followed by Mr. Jamie Newman. Jamie Newman of the Philadelphia Eagles. And then we have Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins. Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins headed to Mr. CEO, followed by Mac Jones of the New England Patriots. Mac Jones of the New England Patriots headed to Scott right there. And then we have Carlos Boogie Basham of the Buffalo Bills, followed by a Kyle Trask rated rookie of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Raymond. And then a Jamie Newman silver rated rookie of the Philadelphia Eagles headed to Sean. On to our second pack in this one. We have Caleb Farley of the Tennessee Titans. Caleb Farley of the Tennessee Titans headed to Charles, followed by Tamarin Terry of the Seattle Seahawks. Seattle Seahawks are right there, heading to Lucas. Then we have Elijah Moore of the New York Jets. Elijah Moore of the New York Jets headed to Mr. CEO. Following that up with Javian Hawkins of the Atlanta Falcons going to Rigoberto. And then we have Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals headed to Jason, followed by Azeez Olahari of the New York Giants going to Mr. CEO. And then, oh boy, do we have, I think we're going to have a nice hit right here. Oh, out of 49. Okay, not as nice. All right, first we have the Marquez Stevenson auto. Marquez Stevenson of the Buffalo Bills going to Dan right there. Nice hit. Wonder if he'll see any burn on Sunday. I could see him being an inactive, though. And then we have the out of 49, Justin Fields with the Spectra out of 49 of the Chicago Bears going to Haley. We have a Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals. Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals going to Jason. Azeez Olahari of the New York Giants going to Mr. CEO. A Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins to Mr. CEO as well. Jamie Newman Illusions of the Eagles right there. And then we're going to have a Trey Sermon out of 99 of the San Francisco 49ers going to Mr. CEO. A Kadarius Toney Select of the New York Giants to Mr. CEO as well. And then Larry Roundtree III of the Chargers going to Lucas. And our auto is going to be an Amir Smith-Marset. Amir Smith-Marset. And that is going to be of the Minnesota Vikings heading to Haley. Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Raymond, followed up by Chuba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers. Chuba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers going to Dan. And then we're going to have Sean Wade of the Baltimore Ravens going to Josh, followed by Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Raymond. Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Raymond. And then we're going to have a Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals headed to Rigoberto. Following that up with a Rashad Bateman of the Baltimore Ravens going to Josh. And then we have Jalen Waddle of the Miami Marlins and Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Javonte Williams of the Denver Broncos. No problem, Haley. Javonte Williams of the Denver Broncos. And then we have Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, followed by a little Chuba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers heading to Dan. Following that up, we have Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals going to Jason, followed up by a Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Rigoberto. Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers headed to Dan. And then we have Kwity Paye of the Indianapolis Colts heading to Sean. And then we're going to have a substantial swatches. Najee Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers going to Jordan. And here we go. That Justin Fields getting a sizzle sticker. Alrighty, on to our last pack here. We have Larry Roundtree. Larry Roundtree of the Los Angeles Chargers headed to Lucas, followed by Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins. Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins headed to Mr. CEO. Then we have Trey Sermon of the San Francisco 49ers to Mr. CEO as well, followed by an Elijah Moore of the New York Jets to Mr. CEO. Then we're going to have a Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins right there going to CEO, followed by Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears to Haley, and Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers to Mr. CEO. And then we're going to have an auto here, and that is going to be a Darius Washington. A Darius Washington of the Baltimore Ravens heading to Josh. Alrighty, let's run these cards down. Trey Lance of the 49ers, Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears, Jalen Waddle of the Dolphins, Jamar Chase of the Bengals, Kwity Paye of the Colts, Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Kyle Trask again, Jalen Waddle of the Dolphins, Jamar Chase of the Bengals, Kyle Trask of the Buccaneers, Kadarius Toney of the Giants, the Trey Sermon out of 99 of the San Francisco 49ers, Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins, Kyle Trask of the Bucks, Mac Jones of the Patriots, and Devonta Smith of the Eagles. And now on to the featured cards. We have our 3 autos right here to get started. Amir Smith-Marset of the Minnesota Vikings to Haley, Marquez Stevenson of the Buffalo Bills to Dan, and Adarius Washington of the Ravens to Josh. And then we're going to have the Najee Harris substantial rookie swatches of the Pittsburgh Steelers headed to Jordan right there. Headed to Jordan right there. Jordan, we normally don't mag, we normally only mag things that are like 75 and above, but since you are a first timer with BreakTraders, we will sizzle sticker that one for you. There you go. That's running for around $20. And then the big hit right here is going to be a Justin Fields out of 49. The Justin Fields Spectra out of 49. Alrighty, and we will be right back from the hardwood with some Revolution basketball. Alrighty, we are here with some Revolution basketball, but first type COP in the chat. COP in the chat. Huh? What's the matter? Don't we have to randomize it?
No, I just saw your BreakTraders story.
Type COP in the chat. All right, John, can we get a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Dustin Bittinger.
And Dustin getting the prestige. Le'Veon Bell, Johnny Manziel, Mohamed Sanu, followed by Alfred Blue. Then we have Vernon Davis, Nick Foles, Danny Woodhead, a Randy Gregory RC to wrap that up. I thought the rhyming was going to continue right there. That was funny as heck. Alrighty, folks, here we go. This is break 1313, the 2021 Revolution Hobby One Box break. Zion Williamson of the Pelicans, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander of the Thunder, Jason Tatum of the Celtics, and then we have an Andrew Wiggins Astro of the Golden State Warriors heading to Anthony, followed by Denny Avadaya RC of the Washington Wizards going to Bobby and Marla. No problem, Dustin. Then we have our next one is Colin Sexton of the Cavs, Paul George of the Clippers, DeMar DeRozan of the Spurs, a Kevin Huerter Astro right there of the Atlanta Hawks going to Anthony, and then a rookie revolution, Aaron Naismith of the Boston Celtics going to Philip. Philip, welcome to BreakTraders. If you are new to BreakTraders, you can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first order at BreakTraders.com. Speaking of BreakTraders.com, doesn't look like we have anything in the red zone, but we do have a certified football hobby pick your division available right now, starting at $43. Aaron Gordon of the Magic, Davis Bertans of the Wizards, Damian Lillard of the Trailblazers, an Astro CJ Ellaby of the Portland Trailblazers going to Justin, followed by Skylar Mays of the Atlanta Hawks, and that is headed to Anthony as well. And here we go. Victor Oladipo of the Pacers, Blake Griffin of the Pistons, Lauri Markkanen of the Bulls, and a Jamal Murray Astro of the Denver Nuggets heading to Dakota, followed by a Shockwave Revolution, Nikola Jokic of the Denver Nuggets. Joel Embiid of the 76ers, Bam Adebayo of the Heat, Mitchell Robinson of the Knicks, and then here we go, a impact out of 149, CJ McCollum of the Portland Trailblazers, following up a Tyler Bay of the Dallas Mavericks RC going to Zach, and that's CJ McCollum of the Trailblazers headed to Justin. Pascal Siakam of the Raptors, Devin Booker of the Suns, Steph Curry of the Warriors, and Astro Goran Dragic of the Miami Heat going to David, followed by a Shockwave Revolution, Rudy Gobert of the Utah Jazz going to Kenneth. And here we go. James Harden of the Rockets, Ben Simmons of the 76ers, Brandon Clark of the Grizzlies, D'Angelo Russell of Vortex of the Minnesota Timberwolves headed to Austin, followed up by a Zeke Naji RC of the Denver Nuggets going to Dakota. Aaron Baines of the Raptors, Brandon Ingram of the Pelicans, DeJounte Murray of the Spurs. And we have a Tobias Harris Groove of the 76ers going to Zach, followed by a Vortex Domantas Sabonis of the Pacers. And that is going to be heading to Lucas. Alrighty, let's run these down. Our veteran inserts. Domantas Sabonis of the Pacers Vortex, D'Angelo Russell of the Timberwolves Vortex, a Shockwave Revolution Rudy Gobert, and a Shockwave Revolution Nikola Jokic of the Nuggets. Then we are going to have an Astro Andrew Wiggins of the Golden State Warriors, followed by a Kevin Huerter Astro of the Atlanta Hawks right there, a Jamal Murray Astro of the Denver Nuggets, followed by a Goran Dragic Astro of the Miami Heat, and a Groove of Tobias Harris of the 76ers. And then we're going to have the out of 149 impact, CJ McCollum of the Portland Trailblazers. And now to run down these rookies. We have a Zeke Naji of the Denver Nuggets. Then we have a Tyler Bay of the Dallas Mavericks, Skylar Mays of the Atlanta Hawks, followed by Denny Avadaya of the Washington Wizards. And then we have a rookie revolution, Aaron Naismith of the Boston Celtics right there, followed up by a CJ Ellaby Astro of the Portland Trailblazers. Yes, 1 second, Haley and I will get that. We'll get that posted. I think the hit draft would be the best way to do it. Be $65 each. 1 second here. Alrighty, with that we are done with break 1313. We'll be right back with 1314. Alrighty, here we go. This is break 1314. Break 1314, the 2021 Revolution One Box Pick Your Team. Draymond Green of the Warriors, followed by John Collins of the Hawks, Nikola Vukovic of the Magic. Then we have a Norman Powell Groove of the Toronto Raptors, and that's going to be going to Bobby and Marla. Following that up, we have a RJ Hampton of the Denver Nuggets RC, and that is going to be heading to David. RJ Barrett of the Knicks, Luka Doncic of the Mavs, Christian Wood of the Rockets, a Tyrese Maxey Groove RC of the 76ers headed to Phil, followed by a Shockwave Revolution, Precious Achiuwa of the Miami Heat headed to Bobby and Marla. Buddy Hield of the Kings, Joel Embiid of the 76ers, Miles Bridges of the Hornets. We have a Cassius Winston Astro of the Washington Wizards headed to Anthony. Then we have a Nico Collins of the Golden State Warriors. Nico Collins of the Golden State Warriors going to Anthony as well. And now we have Bam Adebayo of the Heat, Mitchell Robinson of the Knicks, Devin Booker of the Suns, followed by a Zach LaVine Astro of the Bulls, and a Shockwave Revolution, Pascal Siakam of the Raptors. Good, Harry. How are you? Jamal Murray of the Golden State Warriors, followed by Rudy Gobert of the Jazz, Fred VanVleet of the Raptors, a Saban Lee RC. That's going to be a Cosmic out of 100 of the Detroit Pistons heading to Dakota, followed by a base Saban Lee RC of the Pistons going to Dakota as well. Devonta Graham of the Hornets, Miles Turner of the Pacers, Kobe White of the Bulls, followed by Peyton Pritchard of the Boston Celtics going to Anthony, followed up by a Shockwave Revolution Ja Morant of the Memphis Grizzlies. LaMarcus Aldridge of the Spurs, Jaren Jackson of the Grizzlies, Kyrie Irving of the Nets, a Vortex, Kawhi Leonard of the Clippers headed to a Reg, and that's a fractal right there, followed by a Daniel Oturu Clippers RC headed to Reg as well. Elfrid Payton of the Knicks, followed by Trae Young of the Hawks, Anthony Davis of the Lakers, a Michael Porter Jr. Groove of the Denver Nuggets going to David, followed by a Vortex Jason Tatum of the Boston Celtics headed to Anthony. Alrighty, running down these veteran inserts, we have the Jaylen Brown, sorry, not Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown of the Celtics to Anthony, a Groove, a fractal, Kawhi Leonard of the Clippers Vortex, Shockwave Revolution Ja Morant, and Shockwave Revolution Pascal Siakam. And we have the Groove, Michael Porter Jr. of the Pacers, of the Denver Nuggets headed to David, the Astro Zach Levine of the Chicago Bulls headed to Phil, and the Groove Norman Powell of the Toronto Raptors going to Bobby and Marlon. And here we go, our rookie rundown. Daniel Oturu of the Clippers, Peyton Pritchard of the Celtics, Saben Lee of the Pistons, Nico Mannion of the Warriors, and RJ Hampton of the Denver Nuggets. Then we're going to have that rookie revolution, Precious Achiuwa of the Miami Heat, followed by a Groove, Tyrese Maxey of the 76ers, and an Astro, Cassius Winston of the Washington Wizards. And then the big hit in this was going to be the Cosmic out of 100, Saben Lee of the Detroit Pistons right there. And with that, we are done with break 13-14. And we will be right back from BT Park with some Topps Chrome baseball. We are back. Harry, that break is up next, just an FYI. We are back with some Topps Chrome baseball. A little first time here in BreakTraders history. 4 cards per pack, 24 packs per box. Let's rock and roll. This is 1355, the 2021 Chrome 3-team random. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize it. 7 times. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Alrighty. We've got those teams loaded. Let's see what we've got right here. We might still be going when you get up, Curtis. Brandon Lowe of the Tampa Bay Rays going to Lucas. Following that up with Gleyber Torres of the Yankees. Then we have a silver Cabrian Hayes RC of the Pittsburgh Pirates going to Shannon. And David Peterson of the Mets headed to Steven. Zach Greinke of the Astros, Joey Votto of the Reds, a Cardinals Dylan Carlson 35th anniversary edition RC, and that is heading to Curtis, followed by JT Realmuto of the Phillies. Javier Baez of the Cubs, Whit Merrifield of the Kansas City Royals, a Future Stars, Dylan Cease of the Chicago White Sox headed to Phil, followed up by a Cavan Biggio of the Toronto Blue Jays. We haven't in like the last probably 6 months. Back when like the new prisms and stuff were coming out, I think when daylight savings hit, we went to 5 a.m. Alex Bregman of the Astros, Braylon Marquez RC of the Chicago Cubs going to Mr. CEO, followed by a Mike Moustakas of the Cincinnati Reds, silver right there, followed by a Willie Adams of the Rays. Eric Hosmer of the San Diego Padres, Bryce Harper of the Phillies, the Gio Urshela right there of the New York Yankees, with that looks like kind of like a hyper, headed to Steven, followed up by Trevor Bauer of the Reds. The William Contreras RC of the Atlanta Braves going to Curtis, followed up by Manny Machado of the Padres. Then we have a baseball Puerto Rico Juan Gonzalez of the Texas Rangers. That's a cool card right there, headed to Mr. CEO. And then we got a little bit of Luis Castillo of the Reds. Luis Arez of the Twins, followed by Lance McCullers of the Astros, and Anderson Tejada RC of the Texas Rangers to Mr. CEO, followed by Dallas Keuchel of the White Sox. We have a Sam Huff RC of the Texas Rangers going to Mr. CEO, followed by Wilson Ramos of the Mets, Kyle Tucker of the Astros, and Wilson Contreras of the Cubs. We have Dalton Varsho of the Arizona Diamondbacks, followed by a Tristan McKenzie RC of the Cleveland Guardians, and that is out of 199. Nice hit right there to Mr. CEO. And then we have a Ryan Mountcastle of the Orioles, and then a Ryan Yarbrough of the Tampa Bay Rays. That hit draft, if it fills, we're looking probably right around 2 a.m. for that, though I think we're moving a little quicker now. So Andrew McCutchen of the Phillies, followed by Jake Cronenworth of the San Diego Padres. That's that variation right there. A future, and that's headed to Phil. A Devin Williams Future Stars of the Milwaukee Brewers, and that is going to be headed to Shannon. Following that up with a Juan Soto of the Washington Nationals. Jorge Alfaro of the Marlins, followed by Sherton Apostle of the Texas Rangers to Mr. CEO. And then an Adonis Medina Silver RC of the Philadelphia Phillies going to Lucas. And Christian Pache of the Atlanta Braves headed to Curtis. Actually, probably more like 130 based on how quick we're moving now. AJ Pook of the Athletics, Justin Verlander of the Astros, that hyper of the Oakland Athletics, Marcus Seaman, headed to Lucas, following up with Starling Marte of the Miami Marlins. Chris Archer of the Pirates, followed by Willie Castro of the Detroit Tigers, and then a baseball Fernando Tatis Jr. of the San Diego Padres heading to Phil right there. And then we have Joey Bart, RC of the San Francisco Giants, going to Steven. We're just over halfway through this break. Awesome, Coda. Thrilled to hear it. I don't know if that'll go tonight, but if it gets moving, it will. A little certified football, pick your team. If not, I'm sure it will go. Oh, wow, and that plates and patches hit draft sold out already. Incredible. Lourdes Girl of the Blue Jays, Kevin Newman of the Pirates, a Yu Darvish Silver of the Cubs right there, heading to Mr. CEO, followed by Yordan Alvarez of the Houston Astros. And we will get that hit draft loaded up here on the schedule in a couple minutes. Chris Bubik of the Kansas City Royals RC headed to Curtis, followed by Evan Longoria of the San Francisco 49ers. Then we have a 35th anniversary edition, Joe Adele of the Los Angeles Angels to Shannon. And then an Adalberto Mondesi of the Kansas City Royals. Casey Mize RC of the Detroit Tigers headed to Mr. CEO, Will Smith of the Dodgers, and an online redemption card. An online redemption card of Sam Huff, a rookie auto. We're going to give that the boom, boom, booms of the Texas Rangers to Mr. CEO. And then we have a Yadier Molina of the St. Louis Cardinals. Marcell Ozuna of the Atlanta Braves, followed by a Christian Javier RC of the Houston Astros headed to Steven. And that's going to be that purple out of $2.99, followed by a silver Kyle Lewis of the Mariners and Hyun-Jin Ryu of the Blue Jays. We have Andres Jimenez of the Mets right there, RC, going to Steven, followed up by Ramon Laureano of the Oakland Athletics, what looks like a hyper Carlos Santana of the Kansas City Royals, and then we have Mike Clevenger of the Padres. Who lives, who dies, who tells Trevor's story, followed by Nick Montagrill of the White Sox. And then we have a Promesio Power, Rafael Devers of the Boston Red Sox. And that's headed to Mr. CEO right there. Very nice hit. Nice hit right there. Followed up by Max Kepler of the Minnesota Twins. And we got about 4 packs left, I believe. 4 packs after this one. Brady Singer, RC of the Kansas City Royals to Curtis. Following that up with the blue David Dahl out of 75 of the Colorado Rockies to Mr. CEO. And then we're going to have a Pirates 35th Anniversary Edition, Brian Hayes, followed by Victor Robles of the Washington Nationals. And we have 4 packs left, including this one. Chris Sale of the Red Sox, Nick Castellanos of the Reds. And then we have an Evan White auto of the Seattle Mariners headed to Curtis. Nice hit right there. Following that up with an Aaron Judge of the New York Yankees. Then we're going to have a Sixto Sanchez RC of the Miami Marlins going to Steven. Following that up with Walker Buehler of the Dodgers, Kwang Hyun Kim of the St. Louis Cardinals, and then Evan White of the Seattle Mariners RC headed to Curtis. Dylan Weathers, RC of the San Diego Padres, going to Phil, followed up by John Means of the Orioles, and then a Dylan Carlson Hyper of the St. Louis Cardinals going to Curtis, followed by Jeff McNeil of the Mets. Carlos Correa of the Astros, followed by Ruffed Odor of the Rangers. Then we have a Future Stars Luis Robert of the White Sox. And another, this one, the variation Luis Robert of the White Sox as well. Alrighty. Let's rock and roll through these rookies. Luis Robert, Future Stars, followed by a Hyper Dylan Carlson of the Cardinals. Ryan Weathers of the Padres, Evan White of the Mariners, Sixto Sanchez of the Marlins, Brian Hayes with that 35th anniversary edition of the Pittsburgh Pirates, followed by Brady Singer of the Royals, Nick Montegrel of the White Sox, Andres Jimenez of the Mets, the purple Christian Javier out of 299, followed by Casey Mize of the Detroit Tigers, 35th anniversary edition Joe Adell of the Angels, Chris Bubik of the Kansas City Royals, followed by Joey Bart of the San Francisco Giants, Christian Pache of the Atlanta Braves, Adonis Medina of the Philadelphia Phillies, followed by Shirt and Apostle of the Rangers, Future Stars Devin Williams of the Brewers, Jake Cronenworth of the Padres, the 35th anniversary edition Ryan Mountcastle of the Orioles, a Tristan McKenzie out of 199 of the Cleveland Guardians to Mr. CEO, Dalton Varsho of the Diamondbacks, Sam Huff of the Rangers, Anderson Tejada of the Rangers, William Contreras of the Braves, Braylon Marquez of the Cubs, Future Stars Dylan Cease of the White Sox, the Dylan Cease 35th anniversary edition of the Cardinals, David Peterson of the Mets, and Brian Hayes of the Pirates. And now our 2 featured cards. We have the Sam Huff Redemption for Mr. CEO right there. And then the Evan White auto of the Seattle Mariners going to Curtis. And with that, we are done with break 1355. Done with break 1355. We will be right back with the 2021, or with the Donruss Football Pick Your Division. Alrighty, we are back. This is break 1364. This is the makeup break there. So just the entire time we're doing this, just imagine me standing outside with the boombox over my head in the rain, saying I'm sorry for that screw up earlier. But let's get some fire right here. And John, if you want to go get those teams loaded while I rock and roll, we have T-Man with the AFC East, Haley with the AFC North, Mr. CEO with the AFC South, Zach with the NFC East, Steven with the NFC North, Haley with the NFC South, and Harry with the NFC West. And here's the link to verify from the earlier one, which was the prior screw up, just so you guys can see that we have those correct. Right off the gate, we're going to have a pretty thick card in here. Not that one. And here we go, rocking and a rolling. Marquez Valdez Scantling, a Keelan Cole right there. And then a Kwity Paye rated rookie of the Indianapolis Colts headed to Mr. CEO, followed by Demetric Felton portraits of the Cleveland Browns going to Haley. And then we're going to have the Legend Series, Emmitt Smith of the Dallas Cowboys, followed by the champ is here, Christian Wirfs of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And then our memorabilia is going to be a studio series, and that is Chris Cooley of the Washington football team headed to Zach. Good night, Curtis. DK Metcalf to get started right there. A little Patrick Mahomes variation of the Kansas City Chiefs. Then we have a Michael Gallup, followed up by Larry Roundtree, our rated rookie of the Los Angeles Chargers. And that is going to Cynthia, followed by Robbie Anderson with that red press proof of the Carolina Panthers. And then we have the Dominators, Aaron Donald of the Los Angeles Rams going to Harry, and a 2001 throwback of Drew Brees right there. Jalen Arreger, Roquan Smith of the Bears. Then we have Will Fuller, followed by Joe Mixon, L'Jarius Sneed, and an Aaron Donald of the Rams right there. Following up with a Trey Lance rated rookie headed right to Harry Hood with that Trey Lance base. And then we have Dez Fitzpatrick out of 100 of the Tennessee Titans headed to Mr. CEO. And then we're going to have a Christian McCaffrey Elite Series of the Carolina Panthers going to Haley, and a highlights Josh Allen of the Buffalo Bills going to T-Man. No problem, folks. It was our mistake, so we're going to do whatever we can to make it right. And here we go. This is going to be an Elijah Mitchell of the San Francisco 49ers going to Harry, followed up by a out of 500 Derek Carr of the Raiders. Then we're going to have an Action All-Pros Patty Mahomes of the Kansas City Chiefs right there, followed up by a 2001 throwback Phillip Rivers of the Chargers. Oh, these weren't... And then we have the Kyler Murray photo variation and Travis Kelce of the Chiefs. For some reason, I thought that was going to be an auto. It's late. Stephon Gilmore, Hollywood Brown. Then we have Mr. Cam Akers of the Rams, followed by the Chase Claypool. And then we're going to have the Khalil Mack photo variation. And then it's going to be a Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals. Right there, headed to Harry. And then we're going to have a rookie, the Gridiron Kings rookies, Najee Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers going to Haley, followed by a Power Formula Christian McCaffrey of the Carolina Panthers to Haley as well. And a Retro Series, Michael Vick of the Atlanta Falcons going to Haley. And then the Retro Series out of 25, Troy Aikman of the Dallas Cowboys headed to Zach. Out of 25, Retro Series, Troy Aikman. But cool cards for sure. Always cool to see those legend autos. Just no idea how valuable they are off the top of my head. And we're going to have that Von Miller photo variation right there, followed by a little Joseph Osai of the Cincinnati Bengals. And then we're going to have a press-proof red Justin Jefferson of the Minnesota Vikings to Steven. Following that up with the rookies Jalen Darden of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to Haley, and a 2001 Steve Largent of the Seattle Seahawks. The Henry Ruggs of the Raiders right there, following up with Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Then we have the Penei Sewell rated rookie of the Detroit Lions going to Steven, followed by an out of 500 Kadarius Toney of the New York Giants going to Zach. And then we have Delvin Cook Power Formulas, followed by a Terrell Davis Retro Series. Terrell Davis Retro Series of the Denver Broncos. Chris Carson of the Seahawks, Jerry Jeudy of the Broncos. Then we have Jonathan Taylor of the Colts, Ryan Kerrigan of the Washington Football Team, followed up by Travis Kelce of the Chiefs. And then Brett Favre of the Packers with that photo variation as well. And then we have a Kene Nwangu of the Minnesota Vikings going to Steven, followed by a Davis Mills portrait rated rookie of the Houston Texans going to Mr. CEO, followed by Dwame Brown of the Washington Football Team. That's the box. Dwame Brown, the rookies of the Washington Football Team right there. And then a 2001 throwback John Elway of the Broncos. Dak Prescott of the Dallas Cowboys right there with that photo variation. And then we're going to have a Noah Gray of the Kansas City Chiefs. Noah Gray of the Kansas City Chiefs going to Cynthia. A no-namer for the Jets. That's going to be Marcus May. Then we have a Elite Series Vince Young of the Tennessee Titans. Elite Series Vince Young of the Tennessee Titans. Followed up by a inducted Alan Faneca of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Tiki Barber of the Giants, followed by Tremaine Edmonds of the Bills. T. Higgins of the Bengals. Dan Marino of the Dolphins. We're going to have that DeAndre Swift photo variation of the Lions headed to Steven as well. Then we're going to have a Kenneth Gainwell of the Philadelphia Eagles RC, followed up by a press-proof Larry Fitzgerald of the Arizona Cardinals going to Harry. Then we have a Dominators Justin Herbert of the Chargers going to Cynthia, and a 2001 throwback Brett Favre of the Green Bay Packers. Nelson Aguilar of the Patriots, Patrick Queen of the Ravens right there. Well, Jalen Ramsey with the Los Angeles Rams going to Harry, followed up by Jamison Crowder of the Jets, Nick Bolton of the Kansas City Chiefs, and that's headed to Cynthia, followed by an all-time Joe Thomas of the Cleveland Browns. Cleveland Browns right there. And then we have a Elite Series rookies, Rondale Moore. Elite Series rookies, Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals, followed by a Retro Series, Phillip Rivers of the Los Angeles Chargers headed to Cynthia. CJ Ham of the Vikings right there. The Emmitt Smith, and then the Denzel Mims, followed up by Pat Freiermuth of the Pittsburgh Steelers heading to Haley. And then we have a little Kyler Murray out of 100 press proof of the Arizona Cardinals to Harry, followed up by the rookies Davis Mills of the Houston Texans, and that's going to Mr. CEO. And then Mark Brunell of the Jacksonville Jaguars is going to be going to Mr. CEO as well with that 2001 throwback. Darren Waller, following that up with George Kittle of the 49ers, J.J. Watt of the Cardinals. Then we have Calvin Ridley of the Falcons, a little Joe Namath, and a Zeke Elliott photo variation of the Dallas Cowboys going to Zach. And then we're going to have a Trevon Moehrig of the Raiders. Trevon Moehrig of the Raiders right there. RC, followed up by a no-name Matt Stafford of the Los Angeles Rams, an Elite Series rookies Rashad Bateman of the Baltimore Ravens, and a Retro Series Marshall Faulk of the Rams. And we got 5 packs left in this break. Austin Eckler of the Chargers, Curtis Samuel of the Washington Football Team. We have the Rob Gronkowski photo variation of the Tampa Bay Bucks, followed by a Brevin Jordan of the Houston Texans, rated rookie right there, heading to Mr. CEO. And then we have that press proof Devontae Adams out of 50 of the Green Bay Packers. And then we have a Dominators Chase Young of the Washington Football Team right there, and a 2001 throwback Terry Bradshaw of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Keem Hicks of the Bears to get started right there. Julio Jones with that photo variation of the Atlanta Falcons to Haley. And then we're going to have a Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers, rated rookie. A Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins, headed to T-Man. Followed by a Legends Series, Jerry Rice of the San Francisco 49ers. And then a Road to the Super Bowl. And that's going to be when the Bills beat the Ravens 17-3. That was a heck of a game. I got to experience that one in person. Jordan Poyer to get started right there. Shaquille Griffin. And then we're going to have a little Joey Burrow of the Cincinnati Bengals headed to Haley. Following that up with Azeez Olahari of the New York Giants going to Zach. A red press-proof Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah rated rookie of the Browns going to Haley. And then Des Fitzpatrick of the Tennessee Titans, the rookies, headed to Mr. CEO. And then we have the 2001 throwback Ray Lewis of the Ravens. Mike James Connor. Then we're going to have the Nico Collins right there, rated rookie right there. Followed by Tom Brady's 295th touchdown pass. Tom Brady's 295th touchdown pass. And then we're going to have a Gridiron Kings Nick Bosa of the San Francisco 49ers. And then an Elite Series Trey White of the Buffalo Bills. And then the champ is here, and Ndamukong Suh of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Haley. And we're on to our last pack in this one. Baker Mayfield with that photo variation of the Browns going to Haley. Justin Herbert with another photo variation of the Chargers. And then we're going to have a Jamin Davis of the Washington football team going to Zach, followed by Quinnen Williams out of 75 of the Jets. And that is going to be headed to T-Man. Following that up, we have the Dominators DK Metcalf of the Seattle Seahawks headed to Harry. And a 2001 throwback Adrian Peterson of the Minnesota Vikings. Alrighty, let's run these rookies down. We have Jamin Davis of the Washington football team, Nico Collins of the Texans, the rookies Des Fitzpatrick of the Titans, the red proof Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah of the Browns, Azeez Olahari of the Giants, Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins, Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Panthers, Brevin Jordan of the Texans, Elite Series rookies Rashad Bateman of the Ravens, Trevon Moehrig of the Raiders, Davis Mills of the Texans, Pat Farmouth of the Steelers, Elite Series rookies Rondale Moore of the Cardinals, Nick Bolton of the Chiefs, Kenneth Gainwell of the Eagles, Noah Gray of the Chiefs, the rookies Dwayne Brown of the Washington football team, Davis Mills portrait of the Texans, Kanene Nwangu of the Minnesota Vikings, out of 500 Kadarius Toney of the Giants, Penei Sewell of the Lions, Jalen Darden of the Buccaneers, Joseph Osai of the Bengals, the rookie Gridiron Kings Najee Harris of the Steelers, Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals, Elijah Moore of the 49ers. Out of 100, we have Des Fitzpatrick of the Titans, Larry Roundtree of the Chargers, Demetric Felton of the Browns, and Kwity Paye of the Indianapolis Colts. And now on to the featured cards. We have the Retro Series out of 25, and then the Jersey Kings out of 349. Jersey Kings Chris Cooley of the Washington football team to Zach. The Retro Series Dallas Cowboys also going to Zach. And then we have Mr. Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers, the only one quarterback in that box, and that is headed to Harry Hood. And with that, we are done with break 1364. We'll be back in 5 minutes with break 1360. Alrighty, we are back and ready to rock and roll. This is going to be our next break of the evening. Looks like our second to last Donruss football break of the evening. I believe we're actually fully sold out of Donruss football now. And that's crazy, the amount that we've gone through in the past two breaks. But let's do our next keyword giveaway. What do you say, John?
Yeah, should we,
Alrighty, our next keyword giveaway clue is going to be a motorcycle. No correct guesses yet. And there we go. Keyword giveaway guessing has ended. And with that, this is break 1360. 1360, the 2021 Donruss Football One Box Pick Your Team. Haley with the Bears here, Mr. CEO with the Jags, T-Man with the Patriots, Zach with the Jets, and T-Man with the 49ers. Let's hope we haven't gotten like a wow hit out of, I mean, we got that pretty cool Justin Fields, but other than that, there's been nothing that was like, wow, like go crazy over. The TJ Watt photo variation, now the highest paid defensive player in the NFL. Then we have DeAndre Hopkins, also a photo variation of the Cardinals. Followed up by Luke Farrell, rated rookie of the Jacksonville Jaguars, going to see Mr. CEO. Ramondre Stevenson of the Patriots headed to T-Man with that portrait. And then we have that Elite Series rookies, New England Patriots going to T-Man. Nice hit right there. That's Mac Diddley Jones, followed by Rob Gronkowski of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And then here we go. It is going to be a, out of 349, the Jersey Kings, Josh Jacobs of the Raiders. And that is headed to Lewis. We are due. We are due for sure. DK Metcalf of the Seattle Seahawks. Right there with that variation. And then another variation, that's Mr. Darius Leonard of the Colts, followed by Rashad Bateman of the Baltimore Ravens. And then we're going to have a Kwity Paye out of 100 of the Indianapolis Colts. That Rashad Bateman headed to Mr. CEO, and this Kwity Paye headed to Cynthia. Followed up by the rookies, Travis Etienne Jr. of the Jacksonville Jaguars to Mr. CEO. And then we have the 2001 throwback Barry Sanders of the Detroit Lions. I agree that we are due for one. Romeo Okwara, Marshawn Lattimore of the Saints. Then we have the Tom Brady variation of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, following up with Daniel Sorensen of the Chiefs. Then we have a Pete Werner rated rookie. Pete Werner rated a rookie of the New Orleans Saints, headed to Cynthia. And then we have the retro series out of 100 of Jim Kelly of the Buffalo Bills going to T-Man. Followed up by a legend series, John Elway of the Denver Broncos, headed to Gavin. And the champ is here, Ryan Sukup of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And that is going to be going to T-Man as well. Jacoby Myers are right there to get things kicking off. Mike Gesicki of the New England or the Miami Dolphins. Then we're gonna have two back-to-back non-variations, followed by Trey Sermon of the San Francisco 49ers right there heading to T-Man. And then we have a press proof, and that is the Ravens, the Baltimore Ravens right there going to Mr. CEO. With that Lamar Jackson, followed by a Dominators Christian McCaffrey of the Carolina Panthers headed to Phil. And then we have Marcus Allen of the Las Vegas Raiders headed to Lewis. Dive in with that Odell Beckham Jr. of the Cleveland Browns headed to Cynthia. And then we're going to have a rated rookie, Jalen Phillips. Rated rookie, Jalen Phillips of the Miami Dolphins headed to Phil. An all-timer, Troy Aikman of the Dallas Cowboys going to Cynthia as well. DeAndre Swift of the Detroit Lions going to Lewis. And then we have a Kenny Moore of the Indianapolis Colts, and that is going to Cynthia. And here we go. It is going to be a Gridiron Kings all-time 4 out of 10 Peyton Manning. And that is headed to Cynthia with the Indianapolis Colts. And due to the rarity of that and the number right there and the fact he just got inducted into the Hall of Fame this year, that is going to get a sizzle sticker. Great hit right there. Very cool. Unsure if that's going to be worth a bunch of money. Probably not, because he's not playing anymore, but that's a very, very cool card, and there might be some collectors out there that really want that, especially with him being in the Hall inducted this year. Ndamukong Suh, the Bucks, Adam Thielen of the Vikings to get started right there. We're going to have Mr. Elway of the Denver Broncos, and that's going to Gavin. Following that up with a New York Jet, Jamison Crowder right there. A Javian Hawkins of the Atlanta Falcons. And then we're going to have Mr. Trevor Lawrence out of 500. And that's how to do Mr. CEO. And we're going to mag that bad boy up. Out of 500, getting a sizzle sticker. Last sales price that I can see is $180. And then there's two best offers accepted. One where it started at $200 and another where it started at $400. Nice sizzle sticker for Mr. CEO. And then we're going to have Myles Garrett of the Cleveland Browns with that action All-Pro, followed by a 2001 Randy Moss of the Minnesota Vikings. Derrick Henry with that photo variation of the Tennessee Titans. Following that up with Zeke Elliott. Then we have Mr. Zach Wilson of the New York Jets. Zach Wilson of the Jets headed to Zach. A nice base rated rookie right there. Headed to Zach. And then we have a silver no name, and that is going to be Kadarius Toney of the New York Giants heading to John. Following that up with Rob Gronkowski Power Formulas of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to T-Man. And then a retro series, Michael Strahan of the New York Giants. And that's headed to John. Russell Wilson of the Seahawks to get started right there. Joe Namath with that photo variation, followed by Miles Jack of the Jacksonville Jaguars. And then we're going to have a little Kelvin Joseph of the rated rookie of the Dallas Cowboys to Cynthia, and a Tommy Tremblay of the rated rookie of the Carolina Panthers. Nice hit right there. And then it's going to be the rookies, Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears going to Haley. And then we're going to have a Joe Namath of the New York Jets with that 2001 Donruss. And this box, now we have 4 out of the 5. And of course, the one we don't have is Trey Lance. Yeah, but there's still about half this box to go. Half this box to go. Let's go get T-Man a Trey Lance. We've got everyone that got a big team, a quarterback so far. At least one or the other, or at least one. We're going to have a Xavier Collins of the Arizona Cardinals headed to Gordon, followed by a Seth Williams Silver of the Denver Broncos, and that's going to go to Gavin. Then we have Mr. Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings. Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings heading to Haley, followed up by a Elite Series rookies, Trey Sermon of the San Francisco 49ers headed to T-Man, and there's Tom Brady of the Buccaneers highlights. There's one Trey, but it's not the one we're looking for. We have some of our veterans right there. Going to be curious to see how Joe Burrow plays in his first action back from a pretty substantial knee injury right there. Speaking of knee injuries, holy heck with the Baltimore Ravens. Amir Smith-Marset. And then we're going to have a black press-proof Cornell Powell of the Kansas City Chiefs heading to T-Man. A nice 6 out of 10 for T-Man right there. Followed by a Dominators, Patrick Mahomes of the Chiefs. Patrick Mahomes of the Kansas City Chiefs going to T-Man. And then a 2001 throwback, Steve Young of the San Francisco 49ers to T-Man as well. All right, we're just like dancing around, getting T-Man all these like solid hits except the Trey Lance that he's hunting for. Come on, Mr. Lance. Haley, the only person out there that buys the 49ers for Trey Sermon. We have a Javon Holland rated rookie of the Miami Dolphins. Javon Holland of the Miami Dolphins, followed by Tom Brady's 68th career touchdown pass. And then we're going to have a Christian McCaffrey Gridiron Kings, followed by a Legend Series Phillip Rivers of the Chargers, and then a Retro Series Drew Bledsoe of the New England Patriots. DeAndre Hopkins right there, Moelle Cox. We're going to have Dak Prescott, and then it's going to be Jalen Hurts of the Eagles with that photo variation right there. Followed up by another rated Carlos Boogie Basham of the Buffalo Bills going to T-Man, followed by a press-proof Josh Allen of the Bills heading to T-Man. And then we're going to have a New York Jets, the rookies, Michael Carter, heading to Zach, followed up by Javon Curse of the Tennessee Titans with that 2001 throwback. Jimmy G right there to get started. Currently holding off Trey Lance. Wonder how much longer that will last. I think George Kittle of 49ers. I think if the 49ers are winning and are staying in the playoff hunt and staying in the contention for the NFC West, I don't know if Trey Lance will see the field. Then we have Kylan Hill of the Green Bay Packers going to Tyler, followed by Sean Alexander of the Seattle Seahawks out of 500. And then we're going to have that Elite Series rookies, and that's going to be Mr. Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons headed to Phil. That's a pretty cool looking card right there with those Falcons jerseys. And then Alex Smith highlights of the Washington football team going to Gordon. And we got 5 packs left. Travis Fulgham of the Eagles. And then we have Ryan Fitzpatrick of the Washington football team, Carson Wentz of the Colts, DeMarcus Lawrence, followed by Russell Wilson. And then we're going to have a Justin Fields base of the Chicago Bears headed to Haley. I think Cynthia had said she planned on that's for her going to be in her PC, but and then we have the red Tom Brady press proof of the Buccaneers to T-Man, following up with a Tyreek Hill action all pros of the Kansas City Chiefs, and then a 2001 throwback, and that's going to be Ozzie Newsome of the Browns. Little Javon Curse action right there. Mark Ingram. We have Amari Cooper of the Cowboys, and then Adam Thielen of the Minnesota Vikings, followed up by Frank Darby of the Atlanta Falcons. Then we have a little Dez Fitzpatrick portraits of the Tennessee Titans to Mr. CEO. A power formula is Jalen Hurts of the Philadelphia Eagles to Mr. CEO, and a retro series Peyton Manning of the Indianapolis Colts to Cynthia. Isn't Peyton Manning like doing some sort of Monday Night Football with Eli type of thing? Marvin Jones Jr. right there, followed by a Taysom Hill throwback of the Saints. And then we're going to have Ian Book, rated rookie of the Saints, and that's headed to Cynthia, followed by Daniel Sorensen of the Chiefs, the rookies, Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins going to Phil. And then there is a Luke Kuechly 2001 throwback of the Don Russ of the Carolina Panthers. Got it. Yeah, for some reason I had thought that he was doing like an alternative broadcast to all the Monday night games too. And he was going to have other players on and all that kind of stuff. Then we have Tyrann Mathieu right there. Simi Fehoko of the Dallas Cowboys headed to Cynthia. Then we have the Gridiron Kings, Davis Mills of the Houston Texans, followed by Derrick Henry, Elite Series of the Tennessee Titans as well. And then a inducted Drew Pearson of the Cowboys going to Cynthia. I think he is. I'll look it up right before we go to the Foctagon after this break. Larry Fitzgerald with that photo right there. And then we're going to have a Mr. Tom Brady, followed by Christian Barmore of the New England Patriots, a press-proof Jerome Baker of the Dolphins, followed by a Dominators Zeke Elliott of the Dallas Cowboys, and then a 2001 throwback Peyton Manning. Look how young he looks right there, of the Colts going to Cynthia. Alrighty, let's run these rooks down. Christian Barmore of the Patriots, the Gridiron Kings, Davis Mills of the Texans, Simi Fehoko of the Cowboys, the rookies, Jalen Waddle of the Dolphins, Ian Book of the Saints, Des Fitzpatrick of the Titans, Frank Darby of the Falcons, Kyle Pitts, Elite Series rookies of the Falcons, Kylan Hill of the Green Bay Packers, the rookies, Michael Carter, Carlos Boogie Basham of the Bills, Javon Holland of the Dolphins, Amir Smith-Marset of the Vikings, Trey Sermon, Elite Series rookies of the 49ers, Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings, Seth Williams of the Broncos, Xavier Collins of the Cardinals, Tommy Tremblay of the Carolina Panthers, Calvin Joseph of the Dallas Cowboys, the no-name Kadarius Toney of the Giants, Javian Hawkins of the Falcons, Jalen Phillips of the Dolphins, Trey Sermon of the 49ers, Pete Werner of the Saints, the rookies, Travis Etienne of the Jags, Kwity Paye out of 100 of the Colts, Rashad Bateman of the Ravens, Ramondre Stevenson Portrait of the Patriots, and Luke Farrell of the Jaguars. And now on to our featured cards. First, we have the 6 of 10 Cornell Powell, and then the Josh Jacobs of the Raiders. Josh Jacobs of the Raiders going to Lewis, and that is going to be out of 349. And the 6 out of 10 Cornell Powell of the Chiefs headed to T-Man. After that, it's a rookie QB run. We have the Elite Series rookies, Mac Jones of the Patriots going to T-Man, followed by the base Zach Wilson of the Jets to Zach, Justin Fields base of the Bears to Haley, and then the rookies Justin Fields to Haley as well. And then we have 2 mags. We have the Peyton Manning 4 out of 10 all-time auto, and then the Trevor Lawrence 165 out of 500. 166 out of 500. With that nice completion percentage of 69.2. Alrighty, with that, we are done with break 1360. We will be back from the Foctagon with a weight class random. Alrighty, we are back here at the Foctagon. Before we dive in, let's get some motorcycle madness happen. Type motorcycle in the chat. All right, John, can we get a 5-second countdown?
Sure. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Zaroon Jackson.
Zaroon, long time no see. And you're getting a Topps Stadium Club. Jordan Alvarez to get started, followed by Ernie Banks. Then we're going to have the Paul Goldschmidt, Yadier Molina Superstar duos, Ozzy Albies, and Hyun-Jin Ryu. I do not like these Stadium Club cards. Oh, I don't like how they are in the pack, I guess. Alrighty, here we go. This is break 133, the 2021 Select H2 UFC 1 box weight class random. Let's see how we do here. 7 times is how many times we're going to randomize it. And remember how we do this is we do the first randomization for the top 8 spots, and then the people in the top 5 spots get randomized for the straw weight. Alrighty, there we go. Shannon with men's heavyweight, Jax with the light heavyweight, Brendan with the middleweight, Chris with the welterweight, and MC with the with the lightweight. And now we will randomize those top 5, and we will see who we get for the straw weight. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize this one. It's going to be 8 times. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. And it's going to Jax. Alrighty, here we go. 4 packs in this one. 6 cards per pack. Glover Teixeira, Danny Ige RC of the featherweight, and that's going to be heading to Phil, followed by a Curtis Blades heavyweight. Then we have a Jarek Hermanson middleweight, followed by a premier level Brian Ortega featherweight right there. And then we're going to have a red premier level out of 199, and that's going to be a middleweight. That's Darren Till, and that is going to Brendan. Shogun Rivera light heavyweight, a Surreal Gain RC heavyweight, and that's headed to Shannon. Followed up by Amanda Nunes featherweight, George St. Pierre welterweight, a blue heavyweight, Jair Rosenstruck out of 99, and that's headed to Shannon as well. Following that up, we have a Jakar Souza silver middleweight, and that is going to be going to Chris. 2 packs left in this one. Thiago Santos, light heavyweight. Cain Velasquez, heavyweight. A octagon side, Nina Nunez. Octagon side, Nina Nunez. And that's a strawweight going to Jax. Following that up with a premier level, Zhang Weili of the strawweight, also going to Jax. And then we're going to have a Kama Chimavez octagon side RC welterweight, and that is heading to Chris. And here we go, folks, the moment we've all been waiting for, our first big UFC hit. And this is going to be going to Chris, and it is out of 10 Cameron Usman RC, or Cameron Usman auto. Nice hit right there. And we are definitely going to be magging that up. I think that's going to be a really massive hit right there, Chris. That is getting a sizzle sticker for sure. I saw a UFC Gold Prism Patch Auto, 1 out of 10. They had the patch auto in there as well. Went for best offer was accepted from $4,999. His out of 99 auto went for $134. Huge hit right there. Sizzle sticker, the 2 of 10. And Usman's a hell of a person. Imagine if that was a pack random. That pack was huge. The Matt Schnell RC of the flyweight heading to Brendan, following up with Vincent Luke welterweight, Robbie Lawyer welterweight, Vincent Luke welterweight, a Disco Colby Covington welterweight heading to Chris. And then we have a Robbie Lawler welterweight premier level disco as well. And that is heading to Chris. Alrighty, let's run these cards down. Yar Rosenstruck out of 99 heavyweight going to Shannon. The premier level Darren Till middleweight out of 199 going to Brendan. Right there. And now we're going to have this rookie rundown. We have the Matt Schnell flyweight going to Brendan. Cyril Gain heavyweight RC headed to Shannon. And then it is a Danny Ige featherweight right there. That is awesome. Thrilled to hear that. Our 2 octagon sides right here. Komet Chimaev RC silver. And that is a welterweight headed to Chris. And then Nina Nunez strawweight headed to Jax. And last but not least, the 2 out of 10 2 out of 10 gold disco auto of Kamaru Usman. And that's going to be a welterweight. And that is going to Chris. Very, very nice hit right there. That's going to be the first ever UFC on the Sizzle Report. Alrighty, and with that, we will be right back from the hardwood for some 2019-20 Contenders Optic 3-box pick your team random. Sorry, team random. Alrighty. Contenders Optic. We have the 6 cards per back. This one's been waiting to break for... This has been waiting to break since I took over breaking. Crazy. Let's make sure we can figure out some hits right here. Alrighty. Here we go. This is break 570, the 3-box Contenders Optic team random. Let's see how many times we are going to randomize this bad boy. And that's going to be 5 times. 5 times on that randomization. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We will let those teams run through. Looks like Mr. CEO with the New Orleans Pelicans and the Lakers. Let those teams run through once, and then we will get to ripping. RJ Barrett with the Knicks would be going to Jax. Cynthia with the Pacers. Alrighty. Thanks. We will go through this one box at a time. Alrighty, let's get started here. The first one is going to be DeJounte Murray. DeJounte Murray of the Spurs, and that is heading to Jax right there. DeJounte Murray of the Spurs heading to Jax. Next up, we're going to have a Drew Holiday season ticket of the New Orleans Pelicans heading to Mr. CEO. After that, we're going to have the red. We're going to have the red, and that's going to be D'Angelo Russell of the Timberwolves. Red D'Angelo Russell of the Timberwolves right there. And that is going to be heading to Mr. CEO. Next up, it is going to be a historic draft picks first overall, and that is LeBron James and Zion Williamson. Woo-wee! That is a very pretty card right there, and Mr. CEO doesn't have to randomize that with anyone because that he owns both teams. Nice hit right there. A solid, at a minimum, 250. A PSA 9 went for 480 right there. I got sick to my stomach when I saw it was Zion Williamson and someone else. And then when I saw it was LeBron James, I breathed a sigh of relief for sure. Great hit right there. And the last one in this, or the second to last one in this one, is going to be an All-Star Aspirations LeBron James right there. And that, another solid hit right there. That's with the Miami Heat. And that is going to Steven. The red cracked ice right there. Going for roughly 25 bucks. Thought that might be worth a little more as well. And then here we go. Our auto is going to be a rookie ticket, Nasser Little of the Portland Trailblazers, going to Steven. Nasser Little of the Portland Trailblazers headed to Steven. On to the next box. Right? It's like, wait, there's more. Alrighty. We're getting started, and that looks like it's going to be a little Vince Carter base with the Atlanta Hawks headed to Steven. Vince Carter with the Atlanta Hawks headed to Steven right there. And then we're going to have an Alfred Payton base of the New York Knicks going to Jax. Following that up, we're going to have a red Miles Turner of the Indiana Pacers heading to Cynthia. The red Miles Turner headed to Cynthia right there. And then we're going to have a playing the numbers game, and that's going to be Luka Doncic with the 17 assists. And that is going to be heading to Steven with the Dallas Mavericks. And then we're going to have a red playing the numbers game. And that's going to be Mr. Trae Young with 50 points. Nice hit right there. Looks like if you get that graded, that could be worth some solid scratch. And that is headed to Steven. And then last but not least in this one, it is going to be the up-and-coming Jarrett Culver auto of the Minnesota Timberwolves headed to Mr. CEO. Jarrett Culver right there to Mr. CEO. And we're on to the last box in this one. Alrighty, our first one here is going to be the base Bogdan Bogdanovic of the Sacramento Kings, and that is headed to Cynthia. Next up, we're going to have the red Steph Curry of the Golden State Warriors going to Ben. our third card in this one is going to be a orange Mr. Marc Gasol. An orange Marc Gasol out of 49 of the Toronto Raptors going to Steven. Next up, we have a 19 assists playing the numbers game. LeBron James right there of the Los Angeles Lakers going to Mr. CEO. And then it looks like a little red cracked ice. And that's going to be a front row seats. Luka Doncic. Luka Doncic red front row seats right there. And the Dallas Mavericks. And that is going to Steven. And last but not least, the auto in this one is going to be a Talen Horton-Tucker of the Los Angeles Lakers heading to Mr. CEO. Wow, CEO had himself a break right there. Alrighty, let's run this break down. The silver, Bogdan Bogdanovic of the Kings to Cynthia. The Alfred Payton of the New York Knicks to Jax. Vince Carter of the Atlanta Hawks to Steven. Drew Holiday of the Pelicans to Mr. CEO. And DeJounte Murray of the San Antonio Spurs going to Jax. And then our parallels. We have the Marc Gasol out of 49 of the Toronto Raptors to Steven. The red Steph Curry of the Golden State Warriors to Ben. Miles Turner of the Indiana Pacers to Cynthia. And D'Angelo Russell red of the Timberwolves to Mr. CEO. And then we have some playing the numbers games. The 19 assists LeBron James of the Lakers. The 50 points with that red cracked ice going to Steven with the Hawks. And the 17 assists Luka Doncic of the Mavericks going to Steven with a P. And on to our featured cards. First, we have the All-Star Aspirations and then the front row seats. That front row seats, Luka Doncic of the Mavs to Steven with a P. And the LeBron James of the Miami Heat going to Steven with a V. And then we have 3 autos. The up-and-coming Jarrett Culver, the Talen Horton-Tucker with the on-card auto, and then the out of 99 Nasir Little on-card. Nasir Little of the Trailblazers to Steven with a V, Talen Horton-Tucker to Mr. CEO, and Jarrett Culver of the Timberwolves to Mr. CEO. And last but not least, we have the first round historic picks, first overall, and that is going to be Zion Williamson and LeBron James. A very nice hit right there. And that is headed to Mr. CEO. And with that, we are done with break number 570. We will be back in 3 minutes with break 1361. here we go. We are ready for some football. Do we have a new keyword to do? We do, right?
Yep.
All right, before we dive into this, let's do our next keyword, and that's going to be war. No correct guesses yet.
Do you have any beaches?
Pacific Blue, incorrect.
Guessing is that?
Guessing has ended. Guessing has ended. 1 second, folks. We are just about ready to rock and roll. Alrighty, here we go. This is 2021 Donruss Hobby Football. Pick your division. Break number 1361. You see Lewis with the AFC East, T-Man with the AFC North, Steve with the AFC South, T-Man with the AFC West, Haley with the NFC East and the NFC North, Lucas with the NFC South, and Mr. CEO with the NFC West. We're going to go ahead and get those teams loaded while I get this going, and we will rock and roll. First time we've hit 2 a.m. in quite a while, John.
Yeah.
And it appears we'll probably hit 2:30 with this hit draft, which is coming up next. Hopefully, Jet looks like it's going to be a hit draft between Mr. Ripper and Haley.
Oh, wow.
Devin McCourty, Justin Tucker of the Ravens. We have Curtis Samuel of the Washington Football Team, Peyton Manning of the Colts, little Justin Jefferson right there. Then we have Patty Mahomes. And our first rookie is going to be Peyton Turner of the New Orleans Saints. And that is heading to Lucas. Followed up with an out of 24, Nick Chubb of the Cleveland Browns, headed to T-Man. Nice hit right there. And then the rookies, Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals, going to T-Man as well. Following up with an inducted Charles Woodson of the Green Bay Packers. Randy Moss of the Vikings. And then we have Tyler Heineke of the Washington Football Team, Deshaun Watson of the Texans, CeeDee Lamb of the Cowboys, a TJ Watt photo variation of the Pittsburgh Steelers, headed to T-Man. followed up by a Marquez Stevenson of the Buffalo Bills going to Lewis. Then we have Dwame Brown, rated rookie of the Washington football team, going to Haley. Nick Chubb of the Cleveland Browns with that Elite Series headed to T-Man. And they're going to have our memorabilia, and it is going to be a Nick Bosa of the San Francisco 49ers out of 349 headed to Mr. CEO. Running through these veterans right here before we rock and roll. Mike Vrabel of the Tennessee Titans right there. I haven't seen a head coach card in a while. Then we're going to have a little bit of Joe Montana, another photo variation of the San Francisco 49ers right there. And then we're going to have Devontae Adams in our first rated rookie of this one. It's going to be a little Travis Etienne Jr. of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Steve. And then we have a press proof Foye Oluokun of the Atlanta Falcons, followed by a Dominators Nick Chubb of the Cleveland Browns right there, headed to T-Man. And then an Elite Series of rookies, and that's going to be Mr. Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers, and that is going to Mr. CEO. And then we have a Retro Series Bo Jackson of the Raiders right there. Little Racy McMath of the Tennessee Titans. And then we're going to have a Trey Lance out of 100 Studio Series of the San Francisco 49ers. And that's headed to Mr. CEO. And Mr. CEO is hot right now. And that is getting a sizzle sticker. And then we have a 2001 Donruss Barry Sanders of the Detroit Lions. Well, Brett Favre. Tylan Wallace right here, rated rookie. Followed by a Chase Claypool out of 500. Then we're going to have the rookies Kyle Trask right there of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Lucas. Troy Aikman Elite Legend Series of the Dallas Cowboys, and the champ is here and that's a Tampa Bay Buccaneer, Aaron Steiny. Well, Josh Allen with that photo variation right there of the Buffalo Bills to Lewis. Well, Tommy Brady, Larry Fitzgerald, another variation. Then we have Micah Parsons of the Dallas Cowboys, and that is going to be heading to Haley. Following that up with a Lawrence Taylor all-time Gridiron Kings of the New York Giants going to Haley. And then we have an Dominators, Josh Allen of the Buffalo Bills to Lewis, and a 2001 Marcus Allen of the Las Vegas Raiders headed to T-Man. And then here we go. It is going to be a Hines Ward out of 100. Out of 100, Hines Ward of the Pittsburgh Steelers headed to T-Man, the Super Bowl XL MVP. Cool looking card right there for sure. $24 out of 100. A very cool card right there. A Jalen Ramsey variation. Then we have a little Jalen Darden of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers headed to Lucas, followed up by Mr. Hunter Henry with that red press proof. Then we're going to have a Delvin Cook of the Minnesota Vikings going to Haley, and then Tom Brady highlights of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And that is heading to Lucas. Travis Kelce of the Chiefs, DeAndre Swift of the Lions, Odafe Owe of the Baltimore Ravens going to Lewis. And then we have a no-namer, and that's going to be Russell Gage of the Atlanta Falcons. Right there, headed to Lucas as well. TJ Watt, action all-stars of the Pittsburgh Steelers. And then the 2001 throwback Randy Moss of the Minnesota Vikings going to Haley. I didn't see any expiration date in the terms and conditions. Just messing around there. We have Kareem Hunt to get started. Little Dak Prescott variation. The bald with the beard, always an interesting look. Laviska Shenault of the Jags. And then we're going to have Amari Rodgers of the Green Bay Packers. And that is going to be heading to Haley. Followed up by a little Devin Singletary press proof out of 100 of the Buffalo Bills to Lewis. Then we have a Power Formulas Michael Thomas of the New Orleans Saints going to Lucas as well, and a retro series Tom Brady, or not Tom Brady, the retro series, and that is Drew Brees of the New Orleans Saints. Devonta Smith of the Eagles right there. Then we have a Jarrett Patterson of the Washington football team. Devonta Smith going to Haley. Jarrett Patterson also going to Haley. And then we have the rookies, Zach Wilson of the New York Jets going to Lewis, followed by a 2001 throwback Joe Namath of the New York Jets as well. Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Detroit Lions right there to Haley. And then we're going to have a Jamar Jefferson red press proof, followed up by an Elite Series rookies, Michael Carter of the New York Jets. That's Jamar Jefferson of the Lions heading to Haley. Michael Carter of the Jets heading to Lewis. And then we have the highlights, and that's going to be Jeremy Chin of the Panthers. Remember out of the, was it Select or Prism No Huddle, it felt like we got like 10,000 Jeremy Chins. I think T-Man's saying the sermon he got earlier tonight. Because he knows that you like them. In the, one of the last breaks. Greg Newsome, the second of the Cleveland Browns to T-Man. followed up by the Tom Brady out of 434th career touchdown pass. And then we're going to have another Trey Lance, this one the Gridiron Kings rookies, headed to Mr. CEO. Followed up by a Dominators, Justin Jefferson, heading to Haley. And then we have a 2001 throwback, Steve Young of the San Francisco 49ers to Mr. CEO. Rashawn Slater rated rookie right there of the Los Angeles Chargers, followed by a red press-proof Mac Jones. The red press-proof Mac Jones. Let's go hunting and see what that's worth. Of the New England Patriots. And bang-a-rang, that is mag-tastic. Magtastic, and that's getting a sizzle sticker. And then we're going to have an Anthony Schwartz of the Cleveland Browns, the rookies right there, followed by Ray Lewis of the Baltimore Ravens with that 2001 throwback. Haley doesn't have the Jets for this break. That is not her team, this one. Well, Rob Gronkowski with that one. And then we have a Cornell Powell of the Kansas City Chiefs rookie, and that is heading to T-Man, followed by the Kellen Mond out of 500 of the Minnesota Vikings. And then we're going to have an Elite Series, Nick Bosa, and that is going to be going to Mr. CEO, followed by the champ is here, and that's going to be Antoine Winfield Jr. of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And we have 4 packs left in this break. Hollywood Brown to get started right there. Joe Tryon of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to Lucas, followed by a little Travis Etienne of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and that's going to be going to Steve. Dominators, Cam Newton of the New England Patriots, and then we're going to have a Adrian Peterson throwback right there, followed by a highlights, Aaron Donald right there of the Los Angeles Rams. 3 packs left in this one. Peyton Manning photo variation of the Colts right there. And then we have Corey Davis of the Jets and Trey McKitty of the Los Angeles Chargers, followed by Davis Mills of the Houston Texans. And that is going to go to Steve. And then we have a Najee Harris Elite Series rookies of the Pittsburgh Steelers going to T-Man. If you guys chat over Discord over the weekend and come to a trade agreement, feel free to, if you shoot me an email, we'll be able to flip the cards and send them for you. Zeke Elliott of the Cowboys right there. Then we got Joe Namath. And then it's going to be a Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals, followed by a Proof Press Red George Kittle of the San Francisco 49ers. And we're going to have a little action All-Pro Stephon Diggs of the Buffalo Bills. And then a 2001 throwback Ozzie Newsome of the Cleveland Browns to T-Man, followed by a retro series Jerome Bettis of the Steelers. Yeah, if you guys figure it out over the next 2 days, I'll need it by first thing Monday morning, because once we start packing and shipping, that's a train that doesn't leave the station. Akeem Hicks of the Bears, Leonard Williams of the Giants, Jordan Pyre of the Bills, J.J. Watt of the Cardinals, followed by Calvin Ridley of the Falcons, Austin Eckler of the Chargers, a little Von Miller with the photo variation right there of the Denver Broncos going to T-Man. And then we have Juju Smith-Schuster, followed by Khalil Mack of the Chicago Bears going to Haley. And then we're going to have a Sam Ellinger of the Colts. Haven't seen him in Donruss yet, I don't think, going to Steve. Followed by the Gridiron Kings rookies, Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Panthers. And then we have Justin Herbert of the Chargers right there, followed up by a 2001 Luke Kuechly of the Carolina Panthers. And here we go. Let's rock and roll. We have Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers headed to Lucas. Sam Ellinger of the Indianapolis Colts right there. Jamar Chase of the Bengals. Najee Harris, Elite Series rookies. Davis Mills of the Houston Texans. Trey McKitty of the Chargers. Travis Etienne Portraits of the Jags. Joe Tryon of the Buccaneers. The Kellen Mond out of 500 right there of the Minnesota Vikings. Cornell Powell of the Chiefs. The rookies Anthony Schwartz of the Browns. Rashawn Slater of the Chargers. Greg Newsome of the Browns. Elite Series rookie Michael Carter of the Jets. Jamar Jefferson of the Lions. Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Lions. Jarrett Patterson of the Washington Football Team. Devonta Smith of the Eagles. Amari Rodgers of the Green Bay Packers. Odafe Owe of the Ravens. Jalen Darden of the Buccaneers. Micah Parsons of the Cowboys. The rookies Kyle Trask of the Buccaneers. Tylan Wallace of the Ravens. Racey Matthew of the Titans, Travis Etienne of the Jaguars, Dwayne Brown of the Washington Football Team, Marquise Stevenson of the Bills, the rookies Jamar Chase of the Bengals, and Peyton Turner of the Saints. Now on to the featured card.
Okay.
Starting off with the 6 out of 24 Nick Chubb for T-Man. The out of 390-49 Nick Bosa of the 49ers. And then Mr. Hines Ward out of 100 of the Steelers going to T-Man. Now our rookie QB hits. We have the Gridiron Kings Trey Lance, the Elite Series rookies Trey Lance, and the rookies Zach Wilson. And here we go. Our two mags are going to be Mac Jones and Trey Lance. The red press proof Mac Jones of the New England Patriots headed to Lewis. And the Trey Lance out of 100 headed to Mr. CEO, that studio series. And with that, we are done with break 1361. We will be right back with 1366, the Plates and Patches hit draft. Alrighty, folks. Here we go, the last break of the evening. And it's been a great one. Our first 7-hour show in a long, long time. All right. Jax, are you here? And I know Haley's here. Looking for Mr. Ripper. Jax is here. Perfect. All right. This is break 1366, the 2020 Plates and Patches hit draft. Alrighty, let's get started. The first card in this one is a Julio Jones base out of 50, or out of Julio Jones, and that's 13 out of 65. 13 out of 65 right there of the Atlanta Falcons. Next up, we have, it's going to be Mr. Jonathan Taylor with the dual patch. 34 out of 50 double coverage. Of the Indianapolis Colts right there. Our next hit is also going to be a Colt, and that is going to be a Michael Pittman Jr. rookie patch auto. And that is 21 out of 50. 21 out of 50 right there. Next up, we're going to have a printing plate. And it is going to be a Terrell Davis. And that is going to be the magenta plate. 1 of 1. I mean, they're all these plates are 1 of 1, but nice hit right there. Cool old school RB. And last but not least, it's the last base, and that's going to be Mr. Mike Evans. And that is 20 out of 60. 20 out of 60 right there. Alrighty. Now let's see how many times we are going to randomize this draft order. It's going to be 11 times. 11 times. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. We're going Jax, Haley, Jax. Alrighty. Hey guys. So I'm hitting to send it to the snake draft, and look.
Okay.
1 second, folks. We're just having a bit of a technical issue right here.
Just do you wanna? Okay. Copy like from this block down through, and then open a new tab. Open this one, and then paste right there.
Nope.
Undo. Control Z should do it.
Are you unable to paste?
Yeah.
I have had that happen to me. I had to close all my Excel windows and open them again.
Sorry, folks. 1 second. We're just having a little bit of an issue. Here's what I'm going to do. 1 moment, folks. I'm just going to open it up in a different browser. Yeah, well.
You've done that before? And it popped up over there?
I mean, it just puts whatever is on Opera up.
Okay. The size is going to be way off.
Here we go, folks. I'm just going to zoom in a little bit. Alrighty, Jax, you have the first overall pick. Apologize about the delay there, folks. Jax with the Michael Pittman Jr. rookie patch auto. Jax with the second pick. I didn't realize it was still behind me when I turned on the camera. You got a little view of John. Which is funny because you're wearing green, so you'd think it would have just not shown your torso, but it did. Fully. That was funny.
Wow.
Taylor double coverage. Haley with the next two picks. The Davis and Julio Jones, leaving Mike Evans for Jax. Alrighty, let's run these down. With the fifth pick, we have Mike Evans of the Buccaneers going to Jax. With the fourth pick with Haley, we have Julio Jones, 13 out of 65. With the third pick, Haley takes the Terrell Davis Magenta Plate 1 of 1 right there. With the second pick, Jax takes the Jonathan Taylor double coverage of the Indianapolis Colts, 34 out of 50. And with the first pick, Jax takes the 21 out of 50 Michael Pittman Jr. rookie patch auto. And with that, we are done with break 1366, and we'll be right back with the Sizzle Report. Alrighty, folks, that is the end of this week's breaks, which means it is time for the Saute Sizzle Report. The Saute Sizzle Report will be starting from the Octagon, and that has the 4 out of 10 Kamaru Usman, the 2 out of 10 Kamaru Usman welterweight gold disco auto. That was a great hit right there to get things started from the Octagon. And then we move on to BT Park, where we had one baseball mag of this week. And that is going to be the Lava Fernando Tatis Jr. of the San Diego Padres. And from the BT Park, we're moving right along to the hardwood to dive into those hits, of which we had a few. First, from Revolution Basketball, we have the James Weissman Rookie Revolution. That was the James Weissman out of 50 Rookie Revolution. That was a great hit right there, the cubic. Followed up by a Tim Hardaway Jr. Lava 10 out of 10 right there as well. And then we had two. He came in like a mellow ball. We had both the Astro LaMelo Ball and then the Rookie Revolution LaMelo Ball as well. Both of those are the Charlotte Hornets. And the big NBA hit this week was the silver historic picks. The silver historic picks with LeBron James and Zion Williamson out of Contenders Optic. That was our 2019-20 Contenders Optic. And with that, we are done with our hardwood hits, and we are moving on to the field, which is fitting because we've got a ton of football hits for this first week of football. First, coming from Chronicles Draft Picks, we have the Najee Harris Substantial Rookie Swatch, who was magged by request. And then we have two low-numbered hits. We have the out of 49, Justin Fields, and the out of 10, Trevor Lawrence. That Justin Fields is of the Chicago Bears, Najee Harris of the Steelers, and Trevor Lawrence, 4 out of 10 of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Next, from the Chronicles Draft Picks, we move on to Certified Football. And we've got some solid hits here. We have the Kyle Pitts Redemption, the Hunter Long 9 out of 10 auto, and the out of 99 Trevor Lawrence Graffiti. And with that, we are done with Certified Football, and we're moving on to Donruss Football. And there is so many mags that I can't even keep count. 1 second here, folks. Alrighty, just trying to put some semblance of order here to them. 1 moment. Alrighty, first we'll go with our veteran QB hits. We have that Tom Brady out of 25, the Peyton Manning 4 out of 10 auto, and then we have the Russell Wilson. That's that super short print right there. That's a beautiful hit right there for sure. The Nite, that's great. And then we're going to move through our rookie QBs. The only rookie QB that we didn't have a mag of is going to be Mr. Zach Wilson. So we're starting off with 2 mags of Mac Jones. The Portrait Mac Jones and the Red Press Proof Mac Jones were some solid MJ hits out of the Donruss Football. And then we have Trey Lance, and we've got some great hits out of Trey Lance. We have the Portraits out of 100. We have the Rookie Phenom Rookie Patch Auto out of 99. And then the out of 299 auto right there. All great Trey Lance hits from some Donruss Football. Next up, we are going to take it a little bit north and center, and we're going to go see Justin Fields. We have the Justin Fields Elite Series rookie, the Justin Fields Gridiron Kings out of 100, and then the Fireworks Justin Fields. What a hell of a super short print hit that was. All those Chicago Bears hit were a great way to get kicking with Donruss Football, and now we will travel south. And with that, we have the Portraits Trevor Lawrence right there. We have the Rookies Trevor Lawrence, and then the Elite Series Rookies Trevor Lawrence. But the big TL hit is going to be the out of 500. Out of 500 for the Jacksonville Jaguars right there. Alrighty, folks, with that, we are done with the Saute Sizzle Report. We look forward to seeing you next week. We have shows Tuesday at noon and Wednesday at 7:30, and then we are off next Friday. No show next Friday. I don't know what you'll do without us, but I'm sure you'll find something fun. Big thank you to John and Dan for sticking it out. We had 2 7-hour shows this week. Absolutely phenomenal. Thank you for all the support from the members of the BT community, because we couldn't do it without you. Have a great opening weekend of football and happy breaking. Thanks and have a great night.